Representative Javner, if you want to come join us as we just start, and then we'll go to our separate rooms.
I'll be right there.
Good morning. This is a regularly scheduled meeting, actually an unusually scheduled meeting of the Health and Human Services Committee. This is a Wednesday, January 22nd. We are meeting in the AFA room. This is the last scheduled meeting that we have been allotted by leadership, and we have a narrow but very full agenda for today, and which is going to, I just want to, before we start off, to say that this has been a remarkable, I think this, from my opinion, has been the best HHS committee there's been ever. Having said that, it's also the only HHS committee that I've been on. So I think we have great things that we can do. There is a quorum here, and I'd like to first do introductions, and then we will spread out as appropriate to different rooms. But first of all, before we go through that, I want to just welcome Representative Javner, who's come for 2 hours away representing her caucus. So thank you very much. So we'll start on my far right with Representative Meyer. Just introduce yourself, please.
Good morning. I am Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's District 2, which is Elliott and parts of South Berwick and Kittery.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House 89 in Houston Town. There. Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and part of South Bristol.
Good morning. I'm Representative Kathy Javner. I represent House District 141, the best in the state, and it's in Washington and Penobscot County.
Good morning. I'm Representative Ann Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes the communities of Indian Township, Baileyville, Bering, Calais, Charlotte, Robinson, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Good morning. I am Representative Beth O'Connor. I represent the HD5, which is Berwick and part of North Berwick.
Thank you. Ned?
Good morning. I'm Senator Ned Claxton, and I represent Senate District 20, which is Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester.
I'm Jeff Gratwick, Senate District 9, Bangor and Herman, the co-chair, the Senate co-chair.
I'm Representative Patty Hymanson. I represent District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Algonquin.
Senator Moore?
Good morning. My name is Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Sullivan, and Winter Harbor in Hancock County as well.
Hi, I'm Representative Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Good morning. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent House District 59, which is part of Lewiston.
Thank you. I think Representative Griffin cannot be with us today. And Representative Talbot Ross.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40, which is part of Portland.
Thank you all very much. Question, Representative Javner, if you'd like, you could stay there, or if you have all your stuff upstairs in the other room, would you prefer that? Okay, then we're going to have a brief recess while we get positioned. Thank you. Representative Javner, you're all set. Thank you. So we will start in, and first a few general notes. Everybody here in the room should mute everything except for the usual mics on our desk. If there's feedback, please let us know. The last time, our last meeting a week ago was exceedingly frustrating because there was so much feedback. You really could not tell what people were saying. I would ask, and this is mainly for me, to speak slowly and enunciate, articulate carefully, because we need to hear each other. If you have questions, raise your hands. If you can't hear, please let us know. We can repeat very easily. I think that's very important. We'll be joined on Zoom with some other invited folks. Now the rest can join us, as it's just been said, in YouTube land. My goal is to have basically people speak once, everybody gets a chance to speak once, and then we go around again and again and again, as opposed to having a dialogue with one or several people only, because everybody should have a chance to speak here. We have an agenda, which I think people are aware of, and I'll go over that just very briefly. From now until 1, we're going to have presentations and discussions. At 1, we'll break for a lunch and a caucus and come back at 1:30 or 2, and then we really can take as much time as we need, and we'll just have to see how that goes. Again, I want to thank everybody for being here. Unusual circumstances, which are actually unusual circumstances are now usual for that. So Representative Hymanson, any other basic housekeeping items to start with?
Just a reminder that if people come in, the more people in the room, the more unstable the feed gets. So if we start to see that the feed is getting unstable, then we'll start to turn off people's video. That seems to be the way to fix that. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
There can only be one mic on at a time if there are a lot of people in the room. So I'm saying that more to myself, to remind myself to turn off my mic.
Thank you. Any other housekeeping things from committee? Seeing none, wave your hands if you have questions. So really 3 different parts of our agenda today. The first is to discuss what are the problems we're trying to solve, what's the purpose for which we are dealing with LD 1961. And the second is I view as an educational session, really talking about some of the larger issues in a non-polemical, non-politicized way the issue of the constitutional questions, the practical issues, what this would mean, 1961, some of the financial consequences. And then when we've done that, when we have a basic background, an educational background, then we'll go into the specifics of the 3 different options we have in front of us. To start off with then what are the problems we're trying to solve? Why are we here? Representative Hymanson and I have been working on this for some time. And as you see per our agenda, 4 different items: separation of the tobacco settlement money from the political process, so that in one sense or another, it's not just another adjunct of the general fund. That's really I think the genesis of why we're here. Second, fixing the Fund for Healthy Maine structural deficit. Third, ensuring long-term public health funding. How can we do a better job in Maine? And then fourth, the racial justice, equity issues. And really, this is an opportunity to recalibrate what we're doing here in Maine, to use these funds we have to their very best advantage for all the citizens of Maine. So with that, in the introduction, I'm interested in whether people have anything else they would add, whether they want to, anything they disagree with, anything else that we should be looking at in the larger context. Seeing none, then we'll go on to the next issues, and we'll start off with the constitutional issues, and I would.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that.
Oh.
I thought you meant. Sorry. Yeah, I thought you meant, did anyone want to add anything to the agenda? Was that what you were asking? Or, because I have things to say about 3, all 4 of those things I think we need to talk about.
Okay, then I would like to back up a moment. Excuse me, we're talking then about item number 3 in our agenda, the problems we're trying to solve, separation of tobacco settlement money, et cetera. And so Representative Hymanson, yes, I'm interested in comments.
Yeah, so, in my legislative career, I've always been taken at first, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? And so I think we should just talk about that for a few minutes. And so those are really the 4 that came to our mind. So I'm curious to know if there are other problems they think that we're trying to solve for this bill, besides those 4. So if
Representative Perry?
Well, I really want to go back to the history of this. And the problem we're trying to solve is, are we using this money as originally proposed, even in the legislation that went forward, for preventive and public health? And I will say that has veered away from that in very significant ways in how it is managed and what has happened, over the last 10 years. And as a result of that, the problem this is trying to solve is to ensure that these monies are actually going to those areas of prevention, public health, which would include inequities, are being used for that purpose. And when we have 50% of this fund going to Medicaid, we could probably justify some form of prevention, but it is not the purpose that this fund was originally set up for when it first came to us. So the problem it is trying to solve is that this money goes to where it was meant to go to. And this is just one look at a solution at how we can do that.
Okay, thank you for that. And that's really C, ensuring long-term public health funding, using the money for prevention and public health. Anyone else have another? Yeah, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Perry 100%. And also that circumstances in our state and in our country has changed in the last 6 months, as we all know, which also gives really a question to whether our public health system is working to full capacity. And this is an opportunity, it's a vehicle for us to use to try and improve our and put our public health services out into the community. And that's what I think this bill does. Thanks.
So that's D, the racial justice and equity issues. Senator Claxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm comfortable using the term solve with respect to A and B, because I think they're specific to what we have some responsibilities for. We certainly have responsibilities for C and D, but I don't think, even if we got the absolute best bill we could out of this process, that we're going to solve C and D. Those are much larger scale efforts that are going to take a lot of time, energy, and commitment to adequately or even begin to make a significant dent in. So I would use address for C and D and solve for A and B, understanding how big and important C and D are. Because I don't think getting $4 million set aside is adequate public health funding from the state, even if we're wildly successful with this bill. And I don't think this bill is a vehicle to solve racial justice equity issues. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good point. And, you know, begin to address probably C and D, especially D, because we really haven't addressed that very much at all. So anyone else? Yes, Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to get too specific, but I would say, and I thank you, Senator, for pointing that out, that we do need to address C and D. But in terms of the racial inequities, I'd actually like to use confront, because we have been living with this for hundreds of years. And while one bill certainly doesn't move hundreds of years of disparities, it certainly is time to make a bold and direct and definitive, explicit attempt to confront the racial health inequities. So I would even say this is the time to confront D. Thank you.
All right, so I'm seeing the problems are we're trying to solve are A and B. C, we're trying to address, and D, we're trying to confront and address. Any other issues that?
So,
Yes.
yes, I would just echo what's been said, that the particularly C and D, but particularly D, are going to require a much larger effort. And I think that we can be instrumental and help to move those along, but it's really going to be something in the governor's office, special people who are assigned to do that, to work on it in all different committees and all different structures, because I think that's such a pervasive issue here. And I think we can do our part, but I could concur. It's unlikely we're going to solve that issue here. And so I think that we can have this as a wake up. I'm sure the governor's office executive doesn't need a wake up call, but it's really in one sense or another, we're beginning to work on that process. Thank you.
Representative Madigan.
Thank you. I agree. We need to address A and B. I think C is something we also need to address that this bill speaks to. As far as D, I think that there's no one bill, no one solution that that fixes equity issues, racial justice. There are a number of solutions we could put into place that become part of a larger whole that gets knit together. Certainly the issue of structural racism is embedded in many things, embedded in many of the systems that we have. So addressing kind of that and public health, I think, is one small part we could do.
I want to talk about A, separation of tobacco settlement money from political process. I think that will be impossible to do because we are a political body and everything about what we do when we try to form is political. And so I'm hoping that through the course of today, we understand how that functions and how that's impossible to do.
Yes, Representative Jaffner?
Thank you, chairs. I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative Hymanson. I appreciate what you just said about the political process. That was going to be one of my questions and one of my statements. I agree with you 100%. As far as B goes, I think what I'm looking for is a little bit of definition, a little bit of defining of what these terms really mean. And I'm not quite sure if this is the time to answer those or not, but I'm going to put it out there. B, says we're going to try to fix the structural deficit. I think if I personally need to understand exactly what that deficit is and where we're at. And I can see that on the financial statements, and maybe we're going to get to that. And C, it says ensuring long-term public health funding. Are we actually talking about that this Fund for Healthy Maine is supposed to be financing public health, because that's pretty broad? Or are we really going to keep it to tobacco cessation and education? I think that the C and D, everybody's talked on that very lengthily, and I agree, completely. This is not going to be the place we're going to actually fix that. I can appreciate Representative Talbot Ross's, wanting to confront this. And I think that it is very important that we keep that out in front of pretty much, every bill, every piece of legislation that we put forward. So I agree with that as we look at this, that is integral, and it's vital that we look at that piece. So if just a few definitions could be given, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Representative Javner, yes, we'll get on to the B, fixing the financial aspects and so forth. That's going to be one of our next topics. So we're not going to get into that in detail yet. This is just an overview of where we want to go, the purpose of confronting, addressing, separating, etc. And then I would get on to more specifics.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Luke will talk to us about the structural deficit.
Right. So if there are any other general comments, seeing none. Well, yes, I'm sorry. Seeing one, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to echo Representative Perry's comments on ensuring that we remember why this money has come to the state of Maine, why this money has come to the people of Maine and continues to come in the context of an emerging new nicotine epidemic, and a whole new generation. Now, half of all Maine's high schoolers have tried e-cigarettes and vaping. So, I think that we can't turn our back on the fact that there is a new generation of nicotine addicts, and that we are mindful of our efforts towards prevention and cessation in that regard.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll then move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the major issues to be discussed, and starting off with constitutional issues. And I would turn to our, I neglected to introduce our analyst, Erin Dooling. Erin, I trust you'll forgive me for that. But I would start this part off by just a reminder, and this is from testimony we heard before, a quote, LD 1961, if enacted, would appear to have no greater legal significance in its effect on the legislature's constitutional authority than the existing Fund for Healthy Maine statute, unquote. In other words, the legislature cannot bind future legislatures. So with that, I would turn to Erin.
Good morning. So as you said, I'm a legislative analyst with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis. Our office provides nonpartisan information, and we do not take positions on or advocate for any legislation before the committee. So at the first work session we had on this bill, I presented some constitutional information on this bill for you. I'm not going to reread or redo that presentation, but I do want to just highlight some major takeaways, I think, from that presentation to refresh your recollection. So the first thing that I'd like to just remind you is that the legislature is one of 3 branches of government, and you as a legislature are different in a way than the judicial and executive branches, in that when a court is reviewing your authority, it only looks at the Constitution to see if the Constitution has provided some kind of limit on your authority. The other 2 branches of government, their authority is reviewed to make sure the Constitution expressly granted that authority to those 2 branches. So unlike those executive and judicial branches, the legislature has authority to do what it wants unless the Constitution says otherwise. And so it's for that reason that statutes are insufficient to bind the authority or limit in any way the authority of the legislature, because they are not granting or able to limit any kind of authority, because they're simply not the Constitution, which is the source of the legislature's authority. And so that's where, as Senator Gratwick said, the legislature can't bind future legislatures because they would be doing that by statute. And so that would be insufficient to actually change what the legislature is able to do. In the context of this bill, that would mean that despite any language in this bill, the legislature could still exert control over the funds that are being discussed. And that could take the form of repealing the statute, but that is not the only way that the legislature may exert its control. This isn't an exhaustive list, but the legislature could notwithstand the transfer of funds from the state controller's office to the trust. The legislature could direct money to be returned to the state controller, either by directing a state agency that's received the funds or the trust itself to return the funds. Or it could direct the trust to allocate or disperse money in a particular way, for example. So repealing the statute is not the only way the legislature could exert its authority over these public funds. Another, to highlight, the legislation refers to this entity as the Trust for a Healthy Maine. Trust is generally a legal term. It's unclear whether this creates a trust in that sense. But we do know that the trust could not be an irrevocable trust. And what that means is that an irrevocable trust is when money is designated for some purpose, and that purpose can never be changed. And because this is a statute and not the Constitution, it by definition cannot make this entity and its control over the funds irrevocable, because that would mean that you are trying to amend the legislature's authority under the Constitution, which is impermissible. Finally, I did raise a couple of separation of powers issues in terms of the appointment of members to the board, as well as the service of legislators on that board. And I believe those issues have been addressed in the amendment proposed by Representative Stover. So I think what this means is kind of like informed consent in the sense that the barrier to this legislation is not legal, but these constitutional issues are ones that are important considerations for the committee and the legislature to consider as they consider as you consider the practical import of the bill. And so how the bill is structured and how the money is, how this authority of yours to spend public funds is delegated, and the level of legislative oversight over those funds and other considerations are within your power to, you can really set the parameters of what that looks like based on what the legislature decides in its wisdom is the right way to go forward. And those are policy considerations. I think what I can provide you is consequences or the results of what you might recommend to happen. And Luke can certainly speak more about and summarize some of the information you learned from him and the state controller at one of the work sessions in terms of the practical effects. But I think that that's rather than a legal barrier at this point, given how the amendment is proposed, it's a practical one for your consideration.
Erin, thank you very much. So I'm open to questions for Erin, and I would have them deal with the constitutional, which has loomed large for a while, seems largely been laid at rest. And then after that, we'll turn to Luke, who will and Erin, who will lead us through some of the practical considerations. Representative Hymanson.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So I just want to be clear about the practicality of this. So at any time, a bill could be introduced. What?
That's our next basic topic.
At any time, a bill could be introduced by the legislature that would be heard in HHS and that would go through the typical legislative process about apportionment of the Fund for Healthy Maine. As an example, if someone felt strongly about, say, the school-based health centers and wanted to make sure that that was preserved because the group that was dealing with the money, it wasn't clear if they were going to keep that in the Fund for Healthy Maine, then a bill could be introduced that would be heard with a public hearing in Health and Human Services that would go through the legislative process. And if it were to be successful and become law, then it would go back and it would be funded through the Fund for Healthy Maine, despite having the group that's going to come up with a plan for spending. Is that a scenario that is correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
The other is that there could be still a hand that reaches in. I'm looking for how another hand besides the group that has control of the money, how another hand would reach in besides that process of having a bill. You mentioned some other way. I think that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the form of the legislature directing what could happen with this money in the future would have to take the form of legislation in some way, whether that's directing a particular allocation, like the example you gave for school-based health centers, or something else.
Okay, so it would have to take the form of legislation.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions on this topic? Checking on the screen. I'll just put it in a personal way. um, that when this bill first came before us, it appealed to me an enormous amount to have the money somehow absent from the legislative process. And it seemed to me to be an entirely sensible, logical thing to do. And it turns out I was wrong. We simply can't do that. And so that I have had a good tutorial in constitutional law as it regards what we can do here. And so I'm happy to listen to other questions. And I think you probably all got that point much before I did, but I finally got there. So other questions, if looking and seeing none, Representative Hymanson again, and then
Yeah.
we'll go on to the next section.
So I talked about a bill that could be directing the funds somewhere else to another program, but there's also that notwithstanding language. So there could be a bill that says notwithstanding, we want the funds back.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes, or we want
And
them
there-
back, or don't transfer them.
Or don't transfer them. Okay. And there could be a bill that repeals the whole process. I'm just
Mhm.
looking to
I
enlarge.
think that your options run the gamut from, I think repeal would be the strongest legislation in terms of affecting the trust, but there are a whole other types of ways that the legislature could exert its control over public funds.
Okay. And
Okay.
this, the separation of powers issue was cured because the legislature can't be also an executive, and this group would spend money and write rules, which is an executive branch. So the legislator could not do that and be a legislator. Is that what I understood? But now there are no legislators proposed, as I understand it from the reading. We'll have to go over that. So
That,
Right.
that's correct. I believe that
We're gonna come to that.
that amendment
I
addresses.
just wanted to be clear, my understanding of that separation of powers.
So looking for other, on this initially very broad and somewhat narrower topic, other comments, and then I would next turn to here's the devil's in the details topic, the practical aspects of making this work. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Perry has been knocked off, so I've been knocked off 3 times so far, but I've come back. So I think I would turn to Erin first about some of the practical issues, and then I would invite Luke to talk about that, and then others. Erin?
So in terms of the practical, I think that looks, I think Luke will talk about the actual transfer of the funds and what that means as on a practical matter for the legislature. I guess I would just say that because it is your authority to spend public funds, that if you're choosing to have another entity make that decision, you're delegating that decision to something else, you are in control of what that looks like, what parameters, the scope of that entity's authority, what guidance and direction that entity should have. All of those things are within your discretion as you think about what makes for the best public policy. So I don't know if I have anything more to say about that, and I unless there are questions, and maybe Luke can come on and explain the fiscal impact to you.
Thank you. Other questions for Erin? And so, Erin, on that score, it might be reasonable just to review the difference between this and the funds that go to the energy efficiency and energy groups, and why those funds are dealt with differently.
Well, to some extent, the funds are dealt with differently because there was a different legislature coming, delegating what and how the efficiency main trust would be set up. I can point out, I guess, some of the differences in legislative oversight. I admit I did not review all the funding sources of the efficiency main trust in preparation for today. I don't remember all of the different funding sources. So I don't know if that would be helpful in terms of the scope of legislative authority, if there was some other question that you had.
So we could come back to that if appropriate, but there's an interesting parallel or non-parallel there. Thank you. Other questions for? Yes, Senator Moore, please.
Yes, I was just going to point out that in our folders, Erin did prepare a wonderful comparison between the LD 1961 and the Efficiency Main Trust. It was a yellow sheet. So I don't know if anybody wanted to just locate that. It was very close to when she was giving us talking about the Constitution. And that might help to, in comparison, Jeff, to answer your question.
Right. No, thank you. I did review that. I thought it was, thank you. Other questions? And seeing none, then I'll turn to Luke. Good morning, Luke, if you'd be kind enough to introduce yourself.
Good morning. So I'm Luke Lazor. I work for the Office of Fiscal and Program Review. Like Aaron, it's another nonpartisan office. We're just here to try and help the legislature and identify issues that we see. For me, they're all very financial, obviously. So I'm going to talk, I think, more in just generic terms, not dig too deep into actual numbers because the numbers all change depending on what decisions the committee makes today about what a final amendment might look like. But the first issue, which really isn't an issue of this bill, but it is an issue that just needs to be identified so the committee doesn't forget this. It's the structural gap piece of this. And what we're really dealing with is the fact that the Fund for Healthy Maine funding is going down. In our most recent forecast, which was done in March, we're dropping down to a level of 35 million for state fiscal year 22, which is the first year of the next biennium, and 40 million for state fiscal year 23, which is the second year of the next biennium. And that is quite a big difference because our baseline for those 2 years is in the 55 million range. So no matter what happens with this bill, there is this structural gap that is going to have to be dealt with in one way or another by the next legislature. So that was something that I identified for you in a document. And there were 3 documents that Aaron sent to you. And I know they're also now posted on the HHS website that are my versions of different amendments because there are 3 different ones floating around at this point that have been posted. But in all of them, this gap exists. How much the gap is depends on how much general fund impact there is from this bill. And I think that's where this bill does tie in a bit to that structural gap. There's a structural gap that has to be dealt with. It could get bigger depending on how this bill is handled. Because if money is taken away from medical care, which the amendments and the original bill all seem to do, there is an additional problem that has to be dealt with because the money taken away from medical care automatically means there's a general fund shortfall being created that has to also be filled. So it essentially increases the issue. So that's just something that you as a legislature have to think about as you're deciding on this bill and know that that structural gap exists. The other piece financially that I discussed in the first work session around this bill is just my ability to help you, the legislature, and get answers for you, the legislature. Because if the money is moved out of state accounts and goes to the trust, all I will be able to see in our accounting system is that the money came in and the money went out. I won't have any of the ability I have now to go into the accounting system and see to some extent what the money's spent on. Because at this point, I always have the ability to go into the accounting system and see where the money went, which providers received it, and I have some idea of what the money was spent on based on what the accounting string that's used is and which account it comes out of. So those are abilities I have now to help you, the legislature, by answering questions you have that would largely be lost because the money now would come into the state, the treasurer would still receive the money, but then the money would immediately be transferred to the trust, and then it would be out of my purview to even see what is happening with that money. So those were the two issues that were discussed in the work session, and I'd be glad to speak to any of it if there are additional questions.
Thank you very much. Questions for Luke? Yes, Representative Hymanson?
So Luke, if we could explore that just a little bit more, so I understand. So the money would come in and then it would immediately go out to the group. And you wouldn't be able to see it at all because their accounting system, how do they handle the accounting, or how is that?
That'll be up to them. My current ability to see the information is because it resides in the state's accounting system, and OFPR has full access to the state's accounting system. So we're able to see what's happening with all the different accounts in the state. But once the money comes in and then leaves to go to the trust, I would no longer see the money. It wouldn't be in our accounting system. And I think there was some discussion about this with Doug Cotnoir, the state controller, when he came to the first work session. And he did explain that there was probably some ability to move the money to a dummy account somehow on the state accounting system. But even under that scenario, it doesn't create the same sort of level of access that I have now, because the money would go to somewhere that I might be able to see. But when it's pulled out of that account, I wouldn't know where it's going or for what. That's what I at least have some ability to see now in the accounting system. I don't have all the answers with the state accounting system, but I certainly have some of the answers, especially because the money is allocated to specific accounts and the accounting system identifies where the money's going. So that gives me some ability to identify what's happening with the money that would be lost.
So there is an ability to audit the accounts. Could you talk about the auditing of these accounts, and also why is it important for you to be able to see these accounts?
So to the auditing piece, the state audits every single state account. There is the single state audit handles everything. They look through every account and make sure that every federal account is following the federal rules. They ask lots of questions. I've been in a position before where I was answering a lot of questions from the state auditor as they were going through their audit. So as the money itself comes in and is used, not only do I get to see it and what's happening to it, but we know at the end of the year that it also gets audited by another group that is asking more questions. Once the money leaves the state system, it's not going to be part of the state audit. So I think that was something that also was discussed a bit at the work session, just the idea of, I don't know that the original bill had any requirement for this trust to audit the funding and provide that audit to the committee. But that certainly is something that could be required because without that, it's up to them to do what they need to do. There's no requirement if there's no requirement from the legislature. So the audit just provides a little bit of comfort in the data that I'm looking at every day when I go into the accounting system and look at it. And that access is just really important because it's the only way for me to, as a separate, our non-partisan offices are separate from the executive branch. We're here to help the legislature. We have access to that accounting system and we can see what's going on in there. Once it's out of that system, I'm not going to have any more access than the annual report that the legislature will also receive. And I know that was specifically something that was discussed. Michael from our office, who handles the Efficiency Main Trust, has mentioned that to me before, that there is an annual report that comes in from the Efficiency Main Trust, and there's a lot of information in it. He said it is dense and there's lots of info, but he gets that report and then he doesn't have anything new for a year. So when questions come in, all he can really do is refer back to that report and try and answer questions. So that just, it limits our ability in my office to answer legislative questions. And that's really the key. And I mean, I think the thing I should, say is what I'm trying to explain to you is what issues I see that will impact my ability to help you, the legislature. It doesn't mean it can't be done. It just means it limits my ability to answer the questions that I receive. And I receive plenty every year about Fund for Healthy Maine.
Thank you very much. We're going to go on to Representative Craven.
Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
You answered the question. Thank you. Other looking for other questions then about this whole area of auditing, and then Luke's ability to look in and give an ongoing appraisal of what's happening? So Luke, from my point of view, so why can't we include in the legislation that sets up the trust that, and this is an area I don't know anything about, but that the books there be no opacity in the books, that they be available for a proper, for the appropriate state offices to look at in an ongoing way, just the way you look at everything else. What would prevent us from requiring them to use exactly the same accounting system you use?
Well, I think requiring them to use the exact same accounting system is probably a little far, just because it's set up very specifically for the state to do what it does. Anything can be required, I think, to some extent. I think the biggest issue I see is even if I have access to an accounting system that the trust is using to do their work, the way the state's current accounting system is set up, I know exactly how everything works because all the different offices use a very similar structure, and it makes it very easy for me to track what's happening from one place to another. If I have access to another accounting system, it likely would help in some way with me understanding what's going on, but without knowing what the accounting system does and what sort of detail it has, I'm still not going to feel comfortable that it's going to provide me what I have right now. Additionally, an issue that crops up with that is just that goes along with the bill is any additional requirements the legislature makes of the trust to do X, Y, or Z is also going to impact the administrative costs of the trust itself. So that's just another something for you to think about, because more requirements mean more cost, obviously. So that's just another piece you'd have to think about when you're coming up with an amendment.
Thank you, but I'm going to follow that, just push a little further, because hypothetically, let's say I'm the accountant in charge of the trust and or the accounting firm, and why would it be more advantageous to me to set up an independent system, a system independent of the state, as opposed to going along and basically piggybacking on what's already been done, what's already working for a larger group, and using all current techniques. I'm talking about things I don't know anything about in terms of the cost, but there seems to be a certain logic that we don't have a unique system, but it's reproducible in other ways.
So there's a couple of issues. The first issue for me is just I don't know that the trust could piggyback in our accounting system. That is out of my scope to know if in some way they could use our system and pay for their own costs for using this. I'm just not sure. So I don't know that for sure.
You could find that out for us, though.
Yeah, we'd have to talk to Doug Cotnoir and find out if that's even a possibility. I just don't know.
Okay.
But what I can say is I know from having used many different accounting systems in my previous experience, one accounting system is not like another. They're all very different. They all cost a lot different as well. And so I guess what I'm trying to get at is if the legislature is requiring them to specifically use one way of doing their accounting, that way could cost a lot more than some other simpler way of accounting for the funding. So that's the cost piece. because I can imagine that trying to replicate the accounting system that we use in the state elsewhere for this one purpose could be a lot more expensive than just trying to account for the funds in their own accounting system some other way.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just go back, Luke, and talk to me about the annual reporting for Efficiency Maine? Because you said once out of the system, you can't see it except, and you gave an example, the annual report from Efficiency Maine. Am I following that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to understand is, have there been known problems around that annual report and the way in which that's being run? Has it gone well? Give us a little bit more about that particular pathway for accounting.
Okay, so I'll give you what I do know. Obviously, it's not my area, so I don't get the annual report, but I do know it's a pretty dense report and there's a lot of information in that annual report. So I think it does help with answering some questions, but I think the problem that we often have when comparing an annual report to our, current mode of operation where we're able just to go into our accounting system is just that's a point in time look at certain metrics. So no annual report can answer every question that could possibly come up. Where the questions I get on an ongoing basis around not just Fund for Healthy Maine, but all the areas I deal with in Department of Health and Human Services, there is no one report I've ever created that answers all those questions. I try to answer the big questions and get the most information I can in one place. But there are always questions that come up that I need to go and dig deeper and look at information a different way to try and answer. And that's the part that you're going to lose no matter how good of an annual report you have, is just that ability to say, yeah, we haven't looked at it that way before, but let me go dig and I'll see what I can find. That's really what you miss.
Yes.
Please follow up.
Thank you for that. But in your estimate, has it proven to be problematic that in the way in which that has worked? So I get that it's point in time and that you can answer. So I get all of that, but has it been problematic? Has it proven to be a difficult pathway for this accounting?
And again, it's hard for me to speak very specifically about it just because I don't have an area where this is currently the way things are done. What I do know from talking to those in our office who deal with situations like this is it just gets very hard during the year to try and answer questions. No matter how much is in those annual reports, it does get hard. So it just, again, from our perspective, it makes it harder for us to answer questions of the legislature. That is a bit of a problem. The other piece that gets a little drowned out when you move in a way like this, where the money gets moved to an external entity, are the fiscal notes are not going to be quite as clear, because the way the whole system works, I can't just say it's going to cost this much money. I have to do it in a different way and express, well, if you do this, you're requiring the trust to do something new, but they only have the money they currently have to do that. So what areas are impacted and how, I can't say. It becomes something like that. And I know that Michael, when he came and spoke at the work session, he included a couple of fiscal notes just so the committee could see what he's had to draft in the past to explain changes that impacted, in this case, it was the Maine Efficiency Trust. So those are the areas that become more of an issue for us doing our work for you, the legislature.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So what I've gotten so far from you, Luke, is one, there certainly has to be the ability to audit this well. That we have to pay attention to that. And second, that having a trust will simply make it harder for us, the legislative state, to get the information we need in a timely fashion. And I mean, that's the two sides of that coin, because in one sense or another, the trust trying to be somewhat, I mean, this goes back to the purpose of what we're trying to do with 1961. We're trying to make it separate enough so that the legislature doesn't get its fingers in all the time. On the other hand, we're responsible for the money, and so we've got to have that balance between the two. So, yes, Representative Hymanson.
The other thing I got from you is the cost of an accounting system is, can be, that's another thing. I mean, it's a whole other thing because it's apparently going to be a separate accounting system, not part of ours, unless we can figure out that it can piggyback. But I'm going to imagine that that's not a big possibility, probably a separate accounting system.
And I think no matter which of those options, there is going to be a cost associated with it. It just depends what the cost is, because
Yeah.
even if there is some way for them to piggyback onto our system, I am sure that the state controller would not suggest the state will just pay for that additional cost on its own. So there would have to be some administrative cost to the trust for that.
Okay, yeah, and is there an administrative cost for your services too with the audit or?
I don't do audits.
You what?
So I do not do audits, but there would be a cost for doing an audit, yes.
Okay, thank you.
But it would seem possible that you would, if we asked, you could say that the cost of administering, no, not administering, of auditing and keeping financial records on the Fund for Healthy Maine is X, and the cost for a trust for the same services is either going to be 0.5x or 2x or 3x. I mean, it seemed like that's a those would be numbers that we probably could get.
It's true that yes, there's obviously some cost already to doing that work. I am sure that because it's just like anything, the scale, because Fund for Healthy Maine is a small piece of everything the state government does, the cost for doing that work just for Fund for Healthy Maine would be a pretty small chunk compared to what would be required if it were if that work was being done separately.
Thank you. Other questions on this particular topic? Yes, Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be careful not to conclude certain things, and I hope that what I understood Luke saying is that there are some issues around that separate pathway that is illustrated with the Efficiency Maine Trust, but not impossible. And I hope we didn't just conclude that somehow that's impossible, because from all things that I can see, it's working well, the way in which Efficiency Maine Trust is operating. So I just don't want to conclude that that's not a good pathway, because Luke has said that he may or may not be able to get some answers during the year. It's a very, very, very detailed accounting and a report. So we may be able to disagree about a number of things, but I don't want to conclude that that's not a possibility at this early stage in the discussion.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
As a committee, we like to keep Luke happy, and also we like to keep Luke with lots of work to do. So that you're right, that's that balance. Do you have to go along? Yeah.
My apologies. I have to step away
Yeah.
for just a moment. Thank you.
Thank you for your contributions. Any other questions? Next, I'd like to turn to the whole question of the structural deficit and how the trust would deal with that. And is that something that we would turn to Aaron, we would turn to Carol Kelly, we would turn to Linda Sanborn? Who would like to be? Yes, I'm sorry, Representative Perry.
I'd just like to pose a question, because when we look at the deficit coming up and we look at how much has been taken from the Fund for Healthy Maine for Medicaid, if we took the Medicaid factor out of that, we'd have the same money that we're already spending for preventive health. And I think that's an issue that we're going to have to discuss and bring forward no matter the deficit of what we're doing.
Agreed. Who would like to? Luke? Luke, we have a request that you start us off on this again.
Okay, so what I can do is at least outline briefly what I see as that structural gap. And again, I'll point out that this gap is coming one way or the other. I think Representative Perry just laid that out as well. It's just simply that the current baseline of allocations for the next biennium, state fiscal year 22 and 23, the current baseline is 55 million, and the funding coming in is 35 million in state fiscal year 22 and 40 million in state fiscal year 23. So there is a gap there between how much money is coming in and where the current baseline is. And so something's going to have to be done about that by the next legislature, no matter what. The other big piece, and again, I think Representative Perry sort of laid this out as well, is the Medicaid funding and what happens with that. And the elimination of Fund for Healthy Maine for that Medicaid funding does automatically create a general fund shortfall. Because currently that money, the Medicaid spending isn't going to go away if you pull the Fund for Healthy Maine funding from it. That the Medicaid expenditures are still going to exist, and now general fund dollars will have to be used to fund it. So those are the two pieces that are there, and likely there whether this bill happens or not. But how the final bill would be laid out would change how much of a general fund cost it is in the next biennium.
Thank you. Questions? Questions related to that? Yes, Representative Hymanson.
What is the best document for us to have in front of us about the deficit? Is it this one?
There are 3 documents that I provided to you today. And at the top, you can see they're basically just outlining the different possible amendments that have also been outlined. Any one of those will lay out the basic information that I'm providing to you, because all of them on the first page have the baseline allocations at the top, and that just shows what the current baseline is.
Oh,
And then
all of them have 2020, 2021, and all those numbers are the same. It's really in the next.
Correct. The
2022.
Do you want me to screen share that? Sorry, Luke.
Yeah.
Would it be helpful to the committee for me to screen share this document?
I have it in front of me. When you screen share, we lose everybody except for the screen share. But if it's helpful, is screen sharing helpful for people, or do you feel like you have the document in front of you?
We have it in front.
We do.
Well, I'm just thinking about the people who aren't here, don't have a printed copy. So if you're all set with your electronic copy, or well, you can do whatever is easiest for you all.
So we're okay as a committee with the paper that we have. I'd rather not screen share because then I can't see anybody and I don't know who's putting their hand up or how the reactions are going. So
great.
Yeah.
So again, that's where at the very top, that first outline of the baseline allocations, that doesn't change no matter what version of an amendment's done, because that is just showing where we currently are based on the current budget. And trying to outline the impact to the general fund is the last line of the document, where it has, the bottom has sort of a fiscal impact. It was my way of trying to, with the original bill, outline what I saw as the fiscal impact without actually doing a fiscal estimate, because we had a feeling there were a lot of changes coming. And the last line of that says general fund cost, and that gives you some idea of what the general fund impact is. Now, again, depending on which amendment you look at, those numbers could be a little different because it is handled differently. but it gives you some idea. No matter which one you look at, it gives you a good idea of sort of what the overall impact in the next biennium could be. It's going to be in the $45 to $50 million range.
Thank you. Luke, with your permission, we've done this in the committee before, but I think it'd be very helpful just to go through the ways that the baseline allocations, what they represent, just in 3 minutes, just an overview. For instance, starting at 143 Main Center for CDC, et cetera, of 16 going down to, I'm looking at Representative Stover's amendment, 16 going down to 11 million. And I should know this, but I don't. Are there other monies coming into the CDC other than this, or is this the total Fund for Healthy Maine? Is the total amount that's going in there?
Okay, so no, with the majority of these accounts, there are a few where the only funding in it is Fund for Healthy Maine, but most of these accounts, especially the DHHS ones, this is just one piece of the funding that's going to that account. It is the Fund for Healthy Maine portion of the funding going there. So
right.
For Maine Center for Disease Control and Prevention, this 16 million that you see in the current biennium that drops down to 11.5 million in the next biennium is just one piece of many funding sources. CDC especially has just numerous accounts of different funding sources. So all we're seeing here is Fund for Healthy Maine. We're just trying to pinpoint those items. And I'll just point out that the reason you see the big drop from the current biennium to the next biennium is simply that there were lots of items that were in the most recent budget that were one-time items in Fund for Healthy Maine. And I think that was largely done because the legislature already knew that there was this expected drop in Fund for Healthy Maine funding in the future. So there was an idea of let's use the money we have, but let's make it one time so we're not impacting the next biennium.
So that means that there have been decisions made right along about the relative allocations coming from the Fund for Healthy Maine, and whether it be for the CDC or whether it be for Medicaid or a DEL. Those decisions about the relative allocations will be ongoing.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, those allocations are dealt with every single budget because the legislature could make a change at any time to any one of those allocations. The baseline is just where the last legislature settled on all the allocations for those different accounts.
So I'm sorry, again, I'm going to again ask an obvious question. So if the current allocation for the CDC is 16 million, can you give me a rough estimate of what the total budget is there? And where I'm going with this question is that if we have this trust set up, the trust is not going to be able to take on everything for the CDC, for example, but it's still going to have to come back to the general fund asking. I mean, the CDC is still going to have to go back to the general fund and ask for X amount of other monies.
Well, that's not a simple question, because if you think about the way this is currently set up, the legislature is telling CDC, we're giving you this Fund for Healthy Maine money, and via that, they're being used for the specific purposes of Fund for Healthy Maine. But if the legislature isn't providing that money or decreases the amount of money that goes there, it doesn't mean the CDC is necessarily going to go and ask for that money from the general fund. They may just drop some contracts. That's where that's never simple, because it's not as straightforward as what's being done now will be done in the future, just done differently. If the trust uses the money in a different way and doesn't give as much to CDC or gives more to CDC, that will change what the CDC is doing at that point in time with that block of money. But it doesn't mean they're going to suddenly change all their other programs. They're going to work within their budget for those programs because they have very specific things that they're doing with the Fund for Healthy Maine money.
Understood. Yes, Representative Perry and then Hymanson.
Yeah, and the thing I look at, we're looking simply at money. And I think the one thing that we're missing in looking at all of this is the programs. And you know, those programs will still probably be negotiated with the trust in terms of where that fits. In terms of working with the state on this, because they still have a responsibility to do that. But this money doesn't show us which programs actually fit the definition of preventive health as the system was set up. And the other thing I think it doesn't, which I, you know, is how much of the Medicaid funding excludes the definition of preventive health, and how that would be affected as well. I think there's an awful lot to look at when we do this. And I'm just going back to when we were getting reports on the Fund for Healthy Maine that not only told us what the money was, but what the program was and what the program was doing and the results. And unfortunately, we really don't have that connection any longer, and it makes it even more difficult to make the decisions we're asked to make. And I guess my hope is with the trust, now I'm going to argue it a little bit, is that the requirement would be a program report. Because we need to know the programs that are being funded by this are doing what we intended for them to do. And the only way we can do that is to get a program report.
Yes, please.
Well, that's the whole issue, is who decides what the programs are supposed to do and what it is. So we would leave it to the group who are not legislators to make that decision and find programs that they want. That's the whole point of forming this, is to take the legislative body out of the decision making and put it into hands of people who are put on the board, but not legislators. And so that decision making would come from that body, not from legislators. But Luke, do you have a listing of all of the programs that go to the Maine CDC? You know, the tobacco and
yeah.
the
I do have, and it's the document that we provide at least once a year. It's on our website. It wasn't something I provided to the committee today, but that outlines what the allocations are by account. So it doesn't just say Maine CDC, it actually shows all the different accounts. So there is a document that does that I can send along.
Do you see that? Could we get that?
Yep.
So the idea is, you know, what is in the Maine CDC? What programs does that fund? I know it's the like, you know, home visiting and tobacco and.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
Yeah.
Oh, we do.
We have a document in our,
Um,
which got the number 2 on the front page.
Yeah,
At
right.
least that's what it looks like to me, and it's dated.
Yep, that's the one.
That's the one.
2019.
Okay.
On the third page of that, it lays out what the Maine Center for Disease Control responsibilities are: tobacco, substance abuse, community school grants, public health infrastructure, donated dental. So you see that? You have that
Okay, yeah. So there it is. Is that the document, Luke, that you were?
That is the document, and that's the
Okay.
most detail we have on.
All right, and I guess we have that. So it's tobacco control and prevention. 9 going up to 9. Oh, it's 9 million. Does everyone have that? Because I think that's important to see. The school grants, 2 million something. And all of these were organized around that list that is in the Fund for Healthy Maine law now. Right, and that list would go away. I'm just asking for confirmation about that from Erin. The list that we can use as the only things that can be paid for by the Fund for Healthy Maine, that list goes away with this law, with the,
As drafted and none of the proposed amendments before you amend that section of the Fund for Healthy Maine statute. So there, and Lou can speak more to this, but there are still funds that are not tobacco settlement funds that go into the Fund for a Healthy Maine and would be handled pursuant to that statute. Although, as we've discussed, the legislature can allocate those funds however it sees fit, even if it's not consistent with one of those purposes.
right. But one of those, that purpose list, does that stay no matter what happens with the proposed bills? Or is that replaced by the language?
So the language of those purposes stays, but I think that because the money is no longer sitting in the Fund for Healthy Maine, that's the account, and it's being moved elsewhere, that the specific provisions directing the percentages and purposes for the allocations proposed in the original bill would control how those funds would be administered. It would not be the Fund for Healthy Maine statute.
I see. But any bill that came in would have to be reflective. Any bill that came into the legislature that's heard in HHS would have to reflect that list of 10 purposes, whatever, however many it is.
Well, as you've done in the past, no. I mean, anyone can propose to use Fund for Healthy Maine dollars for whatever purpose they want to, and the legislature cannot withstand it.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Stover.
If I could suggest, Carol Kelly's on the call, that Carol might be able to offer at this point walk us through some of the financial implications of the various options we've got presented here. I think she's prepared to do that.
Yes, that'd be fine. I want to finish up on this one point just so I can be clear, because just going back to the more specific one and then I'd be delighted if Ms. Kelly would join us. The funds going to the CDC right now, 16 million from the Fund for Healthy Maine, and then X, I don't know what X is, from the state are going to the same, for the same general purpose. Somehow I just don't know where that balance is, what Fund for Healthy Maine is versus where the state money is. And the question that I have is, it sounds like there's a dynamic balance. And if we increase more, forgetting about Medicaid, if we increase more Fund for Healthy Maine allocations for the CDC, it may be just the state is decreasing its contribution. The general fund is decreasing its contribution there. And so the result for the CDC is going to be exactly the same. In other words, by separating the Fund for Healthy Maine, making it a trust, etc., it still is really not getting at the result for the programs, as Representative Perry was talking about. Let me go to Luke and then to Representative Perry. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It's a response to what you just said.
Oh, all right. Well, then I'll go to Representative Perry and then Luke, please.
If I'm correct, in the statute right now, it cannot be used to supplant what would already be funding for a program. In other words, you can't something that is already paid by general fund, you can't take Fund for Healthy Maine and supplant that simply because then you've got general fund money to go someplace else. It can't supplant it. And if you look at that, that's what's been done a lot with the Medicaid funding.
So understood, but
yeah. So CDC would mean the same thing.
In practice, that's while in theory that's correct, in practice it seems to be not. Right. Luke, do you have any other comment on that? Let me go to Luke and then.
Sorry, I was muted. The only, so let me try and answer. There's been a few things that have come up. One, I'm looking now, I don't off the top of my head know how much the funding for CDC is in total. So I'm trying to just track that down to give you some number that goes along with this. So I'll get you that when I can. And to Representative Perry's point, she's right. That's certainly what the statute was set up to do. But the practical aspect of it is simply that the legislature cannot withstand that language and do whatever it is that they decide they want to do. And that's what has happened. I would note, though, that medical care is currently in that statute as well. So they don't have to, they don't have to not withstand to provide funding to Medicaid for medical care. Now, it's still, the supplant piece is always a bit of a question, but I think any time that I've seen funding going somewhere else from Fund for Healthy Maine, it's just not withstood the language.
Thank you. Representative Hymanson?
I just wanted to point out that on the bills in front of us, if you go to, and this may be obvious, fiscal year 2022, all of the appropriations are zero, because that's the purpose of the bill, is to take that money and to reapportion it. So there can't be any, there's no, there's no idea that an existing program now would be an existing program later. So if you look at the list of programs that we have, those would be zeroed out essentially, and the group would figure out a way to spend that. And there are programs in here that, we talk about this a lot, depend on year after year funding. And you can see in the list of the programs that they have been year after year funding for a long time. And, you may not like that program and say, the group might say, well, that's not a good program. We don't like it and it shouldn't be funded year after year. So we're going to change it to something else. But that would be their prerogative. And then there are other programs where we've given, like, the $3 million that we gave to residents for food insecurity in 16-17. That was a one-time fund. The domestic violence that we gave last year was a one-time funding. That fulfilled a need, but the problem with that, and we talked about this when we were thinking about giving the money, these are organizations that depend on funding year after year, and giving them a big burst sounds good, but it may not be a good thing for the organizations. They depend on funding over time. So just to be clear, it's not, because everything is X'd out, it's not clear that any of these programs will survive the scrutiny of the group. But that's the purpose of forming this, to take away the legislative, messiness, because there are, we'll go over this again, but as I see, there are no legislators now on the board, right?
Right.
So,
Thank you. We're now halfway through our morning session, and we have dealt some with the basic issues we're trying to work on. Talked about some of the constitutional issues, some of the practical issues, and then we're into the financial. And I'd like to then, indeed, if Carol would give us her perspective about the financial aspects, and then shortly I want to begin to talk about the three possible outcomes of today. Carol, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself, and thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Senator Gratwick. My name's Carol Kelly, and I am a consultant in the Portland area. I do a lot of work with groups, facilitating groups, and also helping with strategic analysis, I guess I would call it, policy analysis. So I've been following. I also used to be the director of the Coalition on Smoking or Health 15 to 20 years ago. And so I have an affinity for spreadsheets, and I have been keeping track of the Fund for Healthy Maine budgets over the years. And so when the public health advocates asked me to help with this project, I couldn't have been more thrilled because I do think, like many of you, I've seen the pattern of supplantation and diversions, losing $294 million actually over time. So I'm glad to be here and very appreciative of all of your time and effort to analyze this. Senator Gratwick has advised me that I have 8 minutes. I'm going to take 5 at the most, and appreciate that you guys are putting a lot of time in today. So what I wanted to just provide was a little bit of an overview on the scenario, especially the Talbot-Ross amendment, which I think, at least in our minds, layers on top of the Stover amendment. So the Stover amendment responds to all the issues that we hope that were brought up earlier this year in March. And the Talbot-Ross amendment just does this incredibly exciting thing. And I want to thank Representative Talbot-Ross for coming up with this. So I'll just lay this out. And but let me just start by saying that right now, as Luke pointed out, if you add up, and by medical care, I'm going to define that as prescription drugs and name care together. If you combine those numbers, you get, you have a baseline, or you certainly have a current expenditure level of 37.1 million. And as Luke pointed out, the revenue that we're going to be receiving from the tobacco settlement in fiscal year 22 is 35.7 million. So it's we don't even have enough to cover it. Now there is, don't forget, 3.9 million in the Fund for Healthy Maine, which comes from the Racino, the annual Racino revenue. So you will see that every year, and that actually will remain there. To Representative Hymenson's question earlier, that will remain in the Fund for Healthy Maine and can be used for any of those categories. Nothing in these bills or the bill or the amendments changes the Fund for Healthy Maine. Basically, the revenue that's available if we apply the don't pass LD 1961, just leave everything right as is. You're going to have to maintain the baseline, as Luke pointed out. There's going to be a shortfall of $11 million at a minimum to maintain the baseline going forward, because there just isn't enough money in the account. If you were really trying to maintain the current year's funding levels, you would actually need 23 million. So again, we have a structural deficit in the Fund for Healthy Maine, and that is not going to change no matter what you choose to do with this bill. But a scenario that I'm going to run past you is for any of you who've received the spreadsheet, and I'm not sure this got shared, but I kind of played out the scenario A was the status quo, scenario B was the bill as originally written, and scenario C was the phase in. And I don't know, Aaron, if it's possible to even share the bar charts. So I'm not sure if you guys have the ability to look at what I'm going to try to describe.
I would like it if, Aaron, if you could do that, because I think some have that and some do not. So that would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't been checking my email because it's too much to do both. So let me find it.
So we do not have that available. Okay.
All right. I did send it to you, Aaron, and I apologize because I don't think I really thought through the technology challenges here. And I apologize to all of you for not having that in front of you. So if this can arrive.
I just emailed it to the committee.
Oh, fantastic. You guys are the best. So, all right. So what I did was I just played this out. So let me just say a couple things that are really key points. One is this bill before or after amendments, this bill, all the funding in this bill goes back to the main CDC. There's no money taken out of the system. It goes into the trust. The trustees make their decisions based on the state health priorities. In a most recent state health plan, there's designated allocations that go to tobacco, the tobacco program, as well as the Attorney General for enforcement. There's a small amount that goes to the administration of the trust. There's a flex fund to allow for rapid response. I think we can all see the value of that. And there's an internal stabilization fund to help balance out some of the unevenness of the tobacco settlement. But then from there, everything goes into the health improvement funding pool, and the trustees will make decisions based on state health priorities, and the money then flows back into the main CDC. So I just think it's really an important point to not misunderstand that this money is somehow leaving and never to be heard of again. This is just a different way of doing it, but this actually, at the end of the day, as you'll see in the chart, actually adds resources to the bottom line of the main CDC for their public health prevention priorities. So, so the concept in the Talbot-Ross amendment is pretty simple. We extend.
I'm sorry, but we don't want to go there quite yet to get.
Oh, sorry.
And without apologies, I have been unable to access that your graphs here, and I feel what? It's not. I don't see it in my. It's from.
It goes to your legislative email account.
Yeah, it should be here. So.
Senator, the graph does mostly lay out the Talbot-Ross amendment, so maybe maybe you've got me a little earlier than you'd prefer, because the scenario I lay out shows the transition between medical care. It shows a shrinking of medical care and an increasing to the CDC funding level of tobacco, and an increasing of the resources available for public health and prevention.
So it looks like this, everybody, right? Is that
Yes,
it?
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative. Yep. But I don't want to jump in too soon because it does speak to the Talbot-Ross amendment. And if we're not quite ready for that, then just I'm happy to come back in later.
So I'll be working on digesting that. Are people ready for her to progress ahead? Yes, Senator Claxton.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm just now seeing this graph. So we understand there's a structural deficit in the Fund for Healthy Maine, but aren't we creating a structural deficit in the funding for Maine Care in this process?
Yeah, yes, you ultimately are, because you're moving resources from the current structure in the Fund for Healthy Maine that is now, with all the supplantation that has happened, funding medical care will consume 93% of the Fund for a Healthy Maine resources available starting next year. So if you do nothing, 93% of the money in the fund will go to medical care. So as Luke said, that's not going anywhere. Supplantations happened, and that's going to have to be addressed. But in addition to that, what this bill does is it says, let's get that back down to, so there's a structural gap, but let's get this back down into calibration and use the funds as they were intended for public health and prevention. If we remove the medical care component, it does allow for full funding for the tobacco program and 25 million, as you'll see, for health priorities. So that's the trade-off, is that you have a structural deficit no matter what, but in the model for this, with this bill, you transition out of that sort of structural supplantation by phasing out the funding of medical care using tobacco settlement dollars.
Thank you.
Please, yes, Representative.
Yeah, two things. One is that Becca Boulis put in the chat box a file. I think that's the one we're looking for, just to let you know that.
Yep, that's
So,
right.
Yeah.
So the money that's going to go, I'll just remind people of the state of affairs with our general fund. And on the 29th, we'll be hearing a report about where we are with our financial health. And I've tried to ask that question, like, you know, what do people think our deficit is going to be? And no one's been able to give me a solid answer, but, you know, the number is somewhere in the $300 to $500 million range. Okay, Senator Claxton is pushing his finger up. So we really don't know, but it might be more. So that's going to be a deficit we're going to have to work with next session. And my concern is that if we push, we have to, it's going to be a very thoughtful, deliberative discussion we have about saving Medicaid and how we're going to do that if we push $17 million, say, into the general fund when there's a huge general fund deficit and we're going to be cutting programs. I don't think anyone is going to say that we will have to cut programs. We've worked so hard for Medicaid and Medicaid expansion that I really don't want to see anything happen to it. So I'm not saying that all of that money needs to stay in Fund for Healthy Maine, but a deliberative intersection of our understanding of the budget, the general fund, how much we're going to have to cut in other programs is going to have to happen. And I see that as you know, a legislative imperative, and holding on to this discussion in this environment. I want to make the point that that is extraordinarily important in my mind.
Thank you. I'd like to, I'll go to Representative Stover. Did you have a point or no? Excuse me, we'll go to Representative Perry. Then I want to let Carol Kelly finish her remarks because they're really then evolving into the third aspect of what were possible solutions here. And so I'm going to go to Perry and then Kelly, and then if Senator Sanborn has anything to say, and then we'll move on into the third section. Representative Perry?
Yeah, and this is my counterpoint, because unfortunately, what happens to preventive and public health is that gets cut because we're too busy keeping the medical part. And yet we have to use more medical part because we have less prevention. And I think that my concern is we've got to safeguard prevention if we're going to look far enough ahead to know that we have the money we need for the medical care. And so I find that a difficult argument to give when we're really trying to protect the prevention of illness, when we're spending more money on illness than we are on prevention. Just had to make my point.
Thank you very much. But without getting into that, 2 seconds, because this, of course, is the gist of what we're talking about when we'll get to this further.
I just want to make sure, I'm not saying that I want to keep that in the Fund for Healthy Maine, protected so it doesn't go into the general fund. What I'm saying is there has to be an extraordinarily deliberative discussion so that we don't lose something by putting all of that out there into a general fund that's going to be torn apart. So I'm just saying, we're going to have to be very deliberative about it. Not protecting one for the other, but just being careful in our deliberations. And that seems to me a legislative discussion.
Representative Stover and then Ms. Kelly.
I agree with Representative Perry and Representative Hymanson. One of the things in here that I want to be cognizant of, Representative Hymanson, you mentioned earlier the one-time funding. In that PSS or purchase social service line, the one-time funding provided to sexual assault and domestic violence is in that, and I realize that it does come out, but I just want to I guess, put a bookmark or a check right there and say that those services are critical when we talk about prevention and healthcare. Domestic violence and sexual assault services are incredibly important. Separate from this and it being in here, it's just something that we're going to, structural deficit or not, we're going to have to deal with. That was a fabulous bill, but we've got to figure out how we're going to sustain it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it again to Ms. Kelly, if you want to finish your remarks.
Thank you, Senator. I would flag for you folks the orange boxes below the stacked bar graphs or bar charts, which show the variances between the built-in structural deficit and the conversion or the implementation of the Talbot-Ross Amendment overlaid onto the LD 1961. So in year one, the variance is $8 million, meaning an additional $8 million in cost to the general fund for this transition. That doesn't mean that there isn't more money available to the CDC, because there is. You can see in the blue charts, the blue stacked elements of the bar chart, that we're actually increasing the amount of funding to the Maine CDC by almost $3 million in that first year. So $8 million would have to come out of the general fund to backfill the Maine care baseline, but it would be over and above, I should say, what would have been spent anyway. But we're seeing an additional $3 million going into public health and prevention. When we go to year two, the variance increases on the medical care side, but also obviously we're now seeing additional funds available in medical care, another 6 million in medical care, 5.6 million. And then in the final third year of implementation, again, a bigger variance between the baseline, the built-in deficit, but again, more resources available to the Maine CDC. So this is a give and take. I just want to say that I really appreciate the challenge that you all are facing and that we all as a state are facing in responding to the pandemic and responding to the budget debacle that we're facing. I know that the group that I'm working with is absolutely committed to making sure that there's full funding for absolutely everything that's already there and that we all care about. And so this is a team effort, and we have to figure out how to do this as a group and as a community. And I just want to make sure that's crystal clear. So this is about building for the future, and that's what we're trying to do here with this idea and this trust concept. So very quickly,
Can I just ask you to expound on that? So you said that this is a group effort, and can you tell me why it's a group effort? I thought it's a group. It's a group within the fund that's been created. But not
I guess, sorry, I was speaking the more, we all are a team, like we're a state, we are working on this together and we're in this together, and we have to find a solution together so that we can make the best, decisions. And you folks are obviously the keys to that, but I think there is a large team of advocates who are standing ready to help. Maine communities are ready to help. We want to find solutions that allow us to recalibrate, to get to a place where we're investing in prevention, as Representative Perry said, and we're really building a healthy workforce and a healthy future for our kids. So that's what I meant by all of us.
Okay, but I just want to be clear that what this bill does is create a room with people in it who are shutting the door to the legislature. It's not a back and forth dialogue. That's the purpose of this, is to create a space for people to use the money in a way that the people who have been collected to determine it. It's not a back and forth conversation.
Well, so I'll say two things to that. One is that the bill originally did have legislators on the trust, and we were advised that was not, we couldn't do it that way. So that's why they came out, but it wasn't our own choice on that one. But I think the more important point here is to your earlier point about what's the problem we're trying to solve. You folks as elected officials are trapped. I would use the word trapped in a 2-year budget cycle. You're forced to make decisions about prevention and public health and how do we build for the future within a 2-year budget cycle, it's almost impossible to do. And so what this bill does, and what it really is designed to do, is remove that short-term, like, let's just respond to the next thing, and let's take a really planful approach to public health and prevention. And that is just structurally impossible for the legislature to do, in a really, in an easy and sort of, again, planful way. So what we're trying to do is say, let's get the best people, the best brains in the state around the table, and let's approach this. Let's approach it, take the long view to public health and prevention so that we can actually lower health costs down the road.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Other questions for Ms. Kelly? Looking for.
Senator, do you mind if I just finish the section about the
No, I'm
phase in?
sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank
My
you.
apologies.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I apologize too. I've already gone over the 5 minutes, so I knew I was jinxing myself. I just want to flag that what the Talbot-Ross amendment does is it extends the phase-in period for full implementation. And so medical care would be designated to have 40% of the settlement funds in the first year, 20% in the second year, and then go down to no funding for medical care in the third year. At that same time, the tobacco program would be funded at 60% of the CDC recommended level. And by that, I mean the US CDC recommended level in the first year, 80% in the second year, 100% in the third year and beyond. And then adding the Talbot-Ross amendment, the health equity and infrastructure designation within those health improvement priorities. So it's a cascade, right, when you think about it. So the tobacco program, tobacco comes first. We fund the AG. We make sure that those optional areas around the flex fund and the stabilization get funded, and then everything that's left is going to go back to the main CDC. The trustees are going to talk that through. They're going to look at the most recent state health plan, and they're going to figure out what are the highest priorities within that. They're going to talk to you folks. They're going to get public hearings, inputs, advisory groups, every possible way that we could think of to get them the best information possible. And then a portion of what is remaining in that health improvement pool will go for the first time ever to, I say first time ever, but designated health equity and infrastructure. And again, huge thanks to Representative Talbot-Ross for advancing this idea. And we're proud to, be as helpful as we can in the hopes that would work. So that's 10% of that balance, of that health improvement balance, 15%, and then 20%. So that's the phase in of health equity and infrastructure. And so as you can see in the bar charts, the yellow bars get smaller, that's medical care. The green bars kick off right where we leave off with tobacco and then grow into the US CDC recommended level. And the blue bars also get larger so that more money is going to public health and prevention. So that's the concept. Thank you for indulging that extra time, Senator.
Sure, and thank you. Specific questions for Ms. Kelly? And not seeing any. Before we move on, Senator Sanborn, do you have anything you wish to say at this time? Hearing nothing. Oh, yes, sorry, my apologies. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yes, thank you for inviting me for a few comments. I've been chomping at the bit the whole time because there's so many important things that have been said. And I think that Carol Kelly wrapped it up really well at the end here. I wish that all of you could have been in on the planning to hear how this bill was formulated, because it was never to cut the legislature or the administration out of having some say in how these monies are spent. That is not at all the point. And, it was also not to put the money in a lockbox so that no one else knew what was going on and that it was not transparent. It was really just the opposite, but to understand the importance of tobacco prevention and all of the other important public health issues, and have the expertise that Carol spoke to help decide what those priorities should be. I think that the group, as I worked with it, was very responsive to saying, we understand that this needs to be done more gradually, and therefore the incremental changes in each of these funds, as Carol has just pointed out to you. I think the same thing with everything that is being funded right now. No one wants to pull the rug out of from under those programs and just cause them to come to an abrupt end. There will be big discussions about if those are no longer highest priority issues decided by the trust, that there would be a gradual transition there too, and those groups would have a heads up, at least as much as they do now, if not more so. I think to Representative Perry's point, and I know you all know this so well, but I don't think that we can use the dilemma that that there's going to be a budget hole in Medicaid to make the case for why we can't do this, because we know that if we don't fund population health, all of the important preventative kinds of work that we can do, that it's just driving up healthcare costs, and there will be no end to the escalation of the costs for main care or Medicaid. So, I really appreciate the group that has worked so well and so hard on this. I'm hoping that you don't come in with assumptions that I'm hearing some things that I don't think are really true or are really the way that this should be looked at. And I'll stop there. I'm glad to try to answer questions anytime. Thank you.
Excuse me, Representative Madigan responding to Senator Sanborn, and then I think what we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute break. We're going to put off our lunch there for the 10 after 1, but Representative Madigan, and then we'll take a break.
My question is for Senator Sanborn. You talk about the group that's met in developing this bill and trying to kind of really address public health issues. One of the things I see going on as a result of the pandemic, and there's been more discussion about it, is the looming public health crisis in mental health. And so I don't want to certainly take away from tobacco cessation or anything like that. But I think that's this big thing that's looming out there that I haven't seen people talk about much. And as someone who has worked in that field, I don't see a lot of attention being paid to it. And I think there is a crisis coming down the road and a budget hole happening next year that that if we don't get ahead of it, I think it's much larger than many people are anticipating. So I'm wondering if any in your group have talked about kind of public health ways to address that, or ideas you guys might have.
Yeah, I don't have anything real specific to say. I think that the group has definitely not ruled out behavioral health and mental health issues as part of what public health encompasses. I think one of those, the issues that's been an emerging issue for the state of Maine has been our suicide rates, particularly youth suicide, and going up. And that's been one of those priorities that I think that we need to take a look at. And I just don't see anything that is limiting in regards to people's holistic, health that includes behavioral health or mental health. This is not exclusive to that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just looking to see whether any of the people at a distance, committee members at a distance, have any comments before we take a 10-minute break. We'll come back in 10 minutes. as per pattern, and our 10-minute breaks always turn into 20-minute breaks. But excuse me, we're starting in again. We'll go a little bit longer. At this time, I'd like to then turn to the third basic structure of what we're doing today. Excuse me. I'm digesting a peanut butter sandwich. And the first is to talk about very briefly how the system works today with the Fund for Healthy Maine. And then second, I'm going to turn to Erin, excuse me again, to give us an overview of the specifics of the combined Stover Talbot-Ross amendment, to walk us through that, and then we'll go through C after that. So I would turn next to Representative Hymanson for just a very brief overview of what I think we all know and have been through.
Yeah, so I look at this like informed consent in medicine, where we lay out the problem and then we talk about all the solutions, with the first solution being what happens if we did what we're doing now? What are the possibilities within our current structure, knowing that we have a structural deficit and that we'll have a Medicaid pass into the general fund if we want to fund anything else how would we handle that? And just as a reminder, in the committee structure in January, HHS could set up a subcommittee, and the subcommittee would be legislators who would volunteer to be on that subcommittee, tasked with tasks that the committee gives them, which would, I imagine, be that, or whatever the structural deal, tell us about the structural deficit, how you deal with it. And then that subcommittee would meet and call in experts and hear from them and gather information enough to produce something for the general committee to hear. So that is always available to us as a committee, and it doesn't need any other way to make that happen, except for the committee in January to say we want to make that happen. The times we've done that in the past have been in my time, have been for medical marijuana. And what we did then was take all of the bills that came the first session, we carried them over to the second session and had the special subcommittee that met and wrote the bill that came out and passed into law. This subcommittee might start in January, so wouldn't have access to the bills that are coming out, but maybe could have a two-prong task. One in the first session to deal with some things, and the second session to deal with any bills that come out, or something like that. It could be apportioned in the first and second session. So I wanted to just speak that to remind everyone about that structure.
Thank you. I think we all have experience there. Any questions, things we would add? Otherwise, I'd move on to Erin to, and we haven't talked about this specifically, but I would have you take us through the combined proposals from the two representatives.
I'm happy to do that if that is what the committee wants, but I do want to check with the legislators whose amendments they are to make sure that they're comfortable with that, or if they wanted to offer their own amendment.
Senator Claxton?
Thank you. A point of clarification. Is the amendment from Representative Hymanson still on the table?
Yes, yes, that's the third item.
Okay.
Representative Hymanson's amendment we'll talk about after we've done that. I got a verbal okay from Representative Talbot-Ross that we could do that, but she's now obviously chairing another committee, and I've gotten a verbal okay from a nod
Yes.
from Representative
Okay.
Stover. So yes, please proceed.
Thank you. I just didn't want to step on anybody's toes. So as you know, you have an amendment from Representative Talbot Ross that's been proposed and a proposed one from Representative Stover. In discussing these amendments with Becca Bolas and Carol Kelly, who were two of the stakeholders, each legislator directed me independently to work with on their amendments. My understanding is that the amendments are supposed to work in concert with each other. And so because of that, I made an attempt to reconcile them and merge them so that you could see what the proposals are in one place. And I trust that if I've merged them incorrectly, that either Becca or Carol will let me know that as we go through it. The way that I approached it was if there were language, so any of the.
Can I just ask a question? So we're now working from the combined proposals document, the white one?
The white one.
Okay, thank you.
The way I approached it, I guess the method was that if there was a change.
Interrupt once more.
Sure.
Just to say the interruptions are absolutely okay. And if I see you, fine. Otherwise, just start talking. And interrupting Aaron and I will apologize ahead of time if we interrupt you. But I just
No, please do. I want to make sure everybody's on the same page. So
thank you
that's
very much.
totally
Yes,
fine.
now, enough interruptions.
The way I approached it was just that if like a language change was made, for example, in Representative Stover's amendment, the word allocation was changed to disbursement, and in Representative Talbot Ross's amendment, the tier 1 and tier 2 accounts names were changed. I carried those name changes through. And I'll try to point those things out as we go through. So in general, Representative Talbot Ross's amendment focuses on health equity and structural inequity and systemic racism issues. And the way that her amendment addresses that is through the membership on the Board of Trustees, and also in what was formerly known as the Tier 2, but is now referred to as the Health Improvement Funding Pool account, in terms of dispersing certain percentages of funds to address health equity and other disparities with those funds. Her amendment, so those are probably the overarching pieces of her amendment. So as you can see, going through the white piece of paper, you have some additional definitions in order to accomplish and focus some of the work of the trust on health equity, structural inequity, and systemic racism. And so that's on page 2, and the top of page 3 are those new definitions. If you go to.
I'd like to stop there and see if there are any comments about definitions, please.
Yeah, thank you for doing, that was going to be if we could go really slowly through this, and if you could really, let us drag our finger down the blue and green. So blue is
Representative Stover.
And green is Representative Talbot Ross. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to best present it to you, because by starting with the definitions, they're not in the context of how they're being used. And so we can do it that way, or we can try to go to the substance and then refer back. Does that make sense? Okay. So in terms of one of the first major changes of Representative Talbot Ross's amendment shows up on page 4 with regard to the membership of the board. And it would include a person who has expertise in systemic racism and structural inequity, who is currently serving on the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations. And so those two defined terms are back on pages 2 and 3. And this proposal proposes to define structural inequity as the systemic disadvantage of one social group in the state compared to other social groups in the state as a result of law, policy, culture, or other social structure, including but not limited to poverty, discrimination, powerlessness, or access to job opportunities, quality education, housing, or healthcare. And social group is a term that's used within each of these new definitions so that it's easier to just refer to the term social group rather than repeat that language. But generally, a social group is defined as referring to a group of people in the state that share similar social, economic, demographic, geographic, or other characteristics such as race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, class, zip code, age, or disability. So those are the social groups that are being referred to.
Thank you. Any questions about those two definitions, social group and structural inequality? Thank you.
So the other area of expertise that this new member on the board would have is an expertise in systemic racism. That definition is at the top of page 3. It's proposed to be defined as the laws and institutional policies, practices, or social structures that maintain and perpetuate domination by and advantages for the race that is socially constructed as being white to the detriment of or with the purpose of imposing influence or control over any other race that is socially constructed to be non-white, including through colorblind discourse or derogatory and inaccurate stereotypes. So that encompasses the expertise of this new member.
Questions on that? I have two of socially constructed. Do we define that?
We do not define it.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, I'm on 13 and the third and fourth lines down, socially constructed in there, and I'm not sure what that means. And the second thing, I'm unhappy with the last phrase because I don't really know what that means. Quote, including through colorblind discourse or derogatory, inaccurate stereotypes. And that seems to me, it's imprecise, and it's going to be if this is in statute, it's going to be very hard to define what that means. And my particular perspective is that I would want socially constructed to be better defined, and I would leave out that last phrase. But I'm open to thoughts, consultation. Representative Perry?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And I'm just wondering, as we look at this, we're responding to what is now. And I'm wondering if there is a way we can put this that is socially constructed to the detriment of or the purpose of imposing influence. I don't think we need to define as white. There are many other situations that can be to the detriment of without having to define one thing that it would be and just leave out as being white.
Yes, that seems reasonable. It's interesting, but this is going to get to be a complicated discussion. What actually is race, what is white, etc. These are.
Well, race is white. I mean, white is race. I mean, we really want that.
Right.
And we can look at race as being
from. Right.
We can look at race as being from another country.
Right.
Or race as being within a group that looks different. You know, it isn't always by the color of the skin. Right. So I think that if we really look at this, we leave as being white out of it, that broadens the definition and also it won't age out of existence.
Right. Thank you. Representative Hymanson.
I wondered where this quote came from and where these words came from. And I believe that most of them anyway come from Ostertag and Armeline in 2011, who are two university professors from Tulane. And this came out with Obama's election when they said, don't think that electing a Black president is going to solve our racial problem, you know. And then they came up with this, you know, don't think it's going to get better without, just because of this. And so this, these words, it's a little bit different, the direct quote from them, but it's similar enough. Uses the same kinds of words: colorblind discourse and racial status quo is a natural way of things, white racial hegemony. So I just thought that was interesting, that's where these words came from.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the social groups that Representative Perry is talking about is pulled in the definition of structural inequity, and that this definition about systemic racism was tailored towards racial issues specifically. I have a note from one of the stakeholders, Becca Bolos, that that the socially constructed aspect means that race itself is a social construct. And so that's where that idea came from. And then the language about colorblind discourse or derogatory and inaccurate stereotypes was adapted from the definition that Representative Hymanson is referring to. I think the examples about the stereotypes that were given in that definition included something like people of a certain color or more have greater propensity, for example, to commit a crime, and that would be an inaccurate or derogatory stereotype that this is trying to pull in. And colorblind discourse would mean that there would be discussions about, I believe, like not seeing somebody's race as part of the conversation and instead elevating somebody's color as an important part of that conversation.
Representative Perry, if to follow up on your idea here, where you would, to redo this, you would cut out.
Actually, I'm going to rescind that.
You are.
Because with this being specifically to racism, it is really more about the white and non-white. It is specific to the whole issue. I think Aaron brought out that the other part of it is in above that gives what I was looking at, structural inequity. So this is specific to racism, which puts that right where it should be.
Representative Hymanson?
You know, the phrase I always use is nothing about us without us. And, you know, I think these words were put together by people who have lived with Black skin when I don't. And so I'm willing to accept this language for where it has come from and what it says. And so I'm okay with it.
Representative Craven?
Thank you. So I have a great analogy because I was brought up in Ireland where the English and the Irish are fighting with each other all the time. And so they're all the same color, and the prejudices, you know, lived around religion and nationality. And it's very subtle. Sometimes it isn't, of course, when you're in the middle of it. But it's very, very difficult for people that aren't engaged in that sort of discrimination to understand, because everybody looks so much alike. And so there are definitely very subtle nuances in when discrimination occurs. So yeah, it's.
I'm sorry to push that a little further, though. Are you saying that the definition of systemic racism would apply there, or it's much more the structural inequality?
Are we defining this for international use or for specific to Maine? And I think it's a Maine statute, and the issue is white as a predominant culture, and not within the white culture as you struggled with in Ireland. And I think I'm kind of uncomfortable talking about it unless Representative Ross is here, Talbot Ross is here to speak to it a little bit. So we need to make sure we provide time for her to speak to it when she comes back, when she can join us.
A good point. So let's a few more comments, and then we should circle back to this when she comes and joins us later. Representative Perry, and then we'll move on.
Yeah. Actually, Margaret, I was thinking of the Irish when I talked about that. But I think in structural inequity, that really brings up the cultural structural inequity. And so I think it's covered. And what I was trying to do is to do what structural inequity did with the systemic racism. And I think what we've taken out of structural equity, which includes cultural differences and on that part as well as poverty, is to pull that out and add emphasis to specifically race. And that's why I decided taking the white piece out of it and making it broader really doesn't do what that statement was meant to say.
Okay, thank you. So Erin, we'll just put a check mark and we'll come back to that when Representative Talbot Ross is here. Please continue. Erin, if you'd be kind enough just also say page and then also paragraph and number, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure thing. The next significant aspect of Representative Talbot Ross's amendment with regard to the issues we've just been discussing is on page 9, subsection 5. And that has to do with changing the the disbursements from what's now called the Health Improvement Funding Pool account. And that account is funded with all the funds that are not utilized in the previously named Tier 1 account with specific itemized, disbursements. And so what the health
Can we go over those, the tiers, the Tier 1 and Tier 2 account? I was going to brush up on that and I didn't. Could we review that?
Yeah, sorry. So if you turn to the previous page on page 8, subsection 4, this is the beginning of where the different accounts within the trust are defined. So they're defined both in terms of the source of funds and the amount of funds received, and then the amount of funds that go towards specific activities. And so the Tier 1 account has been renamed, proposed to be renamed to the Designated Disbursements account. And this proposal in front of you.
Another question from Representative Hymanson.
You know, if we could review the Tier 1 and Tier 2 accounts in the existing law. What are those again? Just need to be reminded.
So there are two different requirements for the disbursement of funds. You also have the internal stabilization account and the internal flexible account. And so each of those kind of subgroups of the funds that are coming over into this trust have different amounts of money that are required to fund them and have different purposes that are set out in the statute. So the Tier 1 account defines the amount of funds that would go, for example, to the Office of the Attorney General, to go into the internal flexible account and the internal stabilization account and the administration fund. And all of those are identified in the original bill, and some of them are proposed to be changed in the amendments before you. the tier 2 funding pool account takes the settlement funds that were not allocated from the tier 1 account, and that there's guidance to the board on how the remaining funds those funds should be distributed. And there are proposals before you on changing how that occurs from the original bill. In addition, there's the internal stabilization.
Do we have a spreadsheet about where tier 1 and tier 2 go to now? Do we have that here, one of Luke's?
I think Luke has, he gave you a breakdown at one of the work sessions, and he's amended those charts so you could see what's happening with this. But those depend on the different disbursement amounts that we haven't gone over yet.
Okay, I'm just looking, to where we are now. When the funds for Healthy Maine come into the account, they're divided into different batches, tier 1 and tier 2.
Well, no, this bill isn't in law. So
No, I'm talking about currently, our current practice. The
there's
money
no tier 1 or tier 2 in current practice or law.
There is no tier 1 and tier 2 now, currently.
That's correct.
Okay, so this is a whole new system of
Yes.
dividing the money. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So the other 2 accounts, three accounts, the internal stabilization account that has to do with, I think, to have the programs be funded consistently. There's the internal flexible account that talks about emerging public health needs. And then finally, there's the administration fund, which is so the board can contract for administrative assistance in preparing its various plans and reports. And so those are, I guess, that's the overarching structure that was proposed in the original bill, and each of the 2 amendments we're reviewing right now makes changes to the amounts of money and how that money should be dispersed.
Thank you. I have a question for Luke. Is it usual, Luke, that you give a particular percentage that's going to go to, for instance, the Attorney General of the Administration? And I'm looking at page 84B1, which is money for the Attorney General. Initially in the bill, it was 0.0035, and now it's 0.005. Is that a standard way that you allocate money for administrative AG funds, et cetera?
Well, if you're talking about the legislature in general, I would say no, because generally the legislature, will appropriate year over year. I do know that when it comes to personal services, which really is what the AG's office is, every year there is a % increase attached to any personal services baseline that is in the budget. But there are not a lot of areas where we apportion a certain % of a certain, appropriation of money to a specific purpose. Because the legislature decides each individual budget how much they want to spend on each item.
So therefore, my question is this an appropriate way to do this? Is it appropriate language, or would it be easier would it be better from your point of view to approach this differently?
That's your decision. It's a way to do it, and it seems like it would work, but it's really up to you to decide if that's the way you want to do it in the bill.
But then, given my relative ignorance in this field, would it be the other option is to say, I can't remember the figure on page 2, that's like 150, we're going to give you 115,000 for the AG. 115,000 to have a specific dollar figure like that, adjusted for inflation, or is this a preferable I'm just trying to be sure that when we
Yeah.
write these things in, we're doing what is going to stand the test of time and be an appropriate way to do it.
I would say that I think the most important thing to start with is that the amount of funding that's being provided is more than what they're currently getting, or similar to, or a little more than what they're currently getting at least. Just because from the perspective of the AG's office, they're going to have these positions doing the work that they do for the Fund for Healthy Maine. And I can tell you that that number for state fiscal year 2021, which is the state fiscal year we're currently in, the total funding to the AG is just under $150,000. So if the percentage that's there gets you above that number, and there is also some sort of annual increase attached to it ongoing, then I think you can be comfortable that you're providing the AG's office with the funding they need to do their work. So I guess that's the best way I can explain it.
I see. Thank you. I'm just going to then discuss briefly to Carol Kelly. Carol, this is your construct here, and this is the way you think it works best?
Yes, John, thank you, Senator. John Brodigan and I worked on the drafting of this, and with John's help, we, looking at the Efficiency Maine Trust, we went with this model as preferable to naming a number and then adding a yearly increase. But the concept is exactly what Luke said, which is name a percentage that gets you more than what you currently need, and then make sure there's enough to be adding to it every year. But
I'm sorry to push further, but if the denominator changes and the amount that comes in from the tobacco settlement goes up or down by 10, 20, 50%, is it going to be unchanged simply because the work of the AG is going to be unchanged? I think that was the second section that Aaron put in there, because we wanted to make sure for that exactly scenario that you describe. So in the case of, let me just get to the AG one, I'm scrolling here. So B1 says 0.005% in year one, and then in all subsequent years, that amount adjusted by, okay, wait. Aaron, tell me if this is, I think we knew what we intended, but now based on Senator Gratwick's question, which is good. What we were trying to do is say, start with the baseline that you create in the first year, and then make sure there's always an increase based on the consumer price index or some other index. But I think we should look at this in terms of, does the denominator, this was unintentional if it does it, but does the denominator also change the way this is currently written? Aaron, do you have did you?
I'm racking my brain I had to remember what denominator meant.
Oh,
from my math.
Well, I think
the denominator here, because of the percentage points, I believe, and Luke can correct me, but I think it's always going to change because the amount of the settlement funds varies from year to year. And so by setting a percentage, you're basing it off of the settlement funds that have been received in the prior year, and then in subsequent years adjusted for inflation, which is what the reference to the changed consumer price index is.
Yeah, so this is a mistake then, and I thank you so much, Senator Gratwick, for flagging it. It should have said the previous year plus a consumer price index increase. That was the intent. Was you start with a number in the first year, and then all subsequent years take that number and build on it.
Right, because in the year, I wish to announce in the year 2040, no one is going to smoke in the in the state of Maine, and so then your numbers are going to have to change.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Progress ahead.
Okay, so we jumped around a little bit. So I don't know where you.
So you had answered Professor Hymanson's, Representative Hymanson's questions about tier 1, tier 2, and we're now back to page 9, number 5.
Okay. So there are more details in the tier 1, but we'll go through that next. I guess I was trying to stick with the topics of health equity and structural inequity and systemic racism. And so previously, what was called the tier 2 account was directed to have that whole universe of funds go to implement evidence-based prevention and screening strategies that would address the priorities of the site health improvement plan and to prevent disease and promote public health. What Representative Talbot Ross's amendment proposes to do is to first prioritize health equity and the elimination of structural inequity by setting specific percentage targets to fund those goals over time. You heard about the phase-in, I think, from Carol Kelly's bar chart. And so in the first year, 10% of the funds would go towards those purposes. In the second year, 15% of those funds. And in the third year and subsequent years, 20% of those funds. And so underneath, we're on page 9, paragraph A. So underneath, you have sub-paragraphs 1, 2, and then 3, 4, and 5 on the following page. And those are the specific activities that are intended to promote those purposes of health equity and the elimination of structural inequity. So they include data collection and analysis and reporting, health improvement.
Question,
Yeah,
please.
because that's more than, the first one is more than that. It also says what to do with that, using the approach that integrates health consideration into policymaking across sectors in order to advance health equity, implementing a research design and data collection analysis in which community members or recipients of any proposed policies co-lead through all phases of the process. Can anyone here speak to that wording or what that means? What would that look like when it was actually done? Where would money be used? I'm just trying to get a mental image of what that looks like.
I think I worked with Becca on that language. I think she would be the better person to speak to that.
Okay.
Becca, would you be kind enough to introduce yourself and speak to one? Bulos?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the idea behind this section was to, one, as you pointed out, Representative Hymanson, to allocate funding for data collection, analysis, and reporting. And then also we weren't sure how to use this language in statute. And so we tried to describe it as opposed to using the terms that are used by the federal CDC, which is a health and all policies approach. And the idea is to use health considerations in policymaking efforts. And that would be both, the focus really would be on the programs that CDC and other agencies are using to address public health. And along those lines, being able to identify gaps in evidence and with the intention of achieving health equity. But the framework isn't, it evolves. And so we were hesitant to use that term and instead tried to describe it. The last sentence in here, or the last part of this also talks about another term that's used in research. It's called community-based participatory research design. And again, another term that is used outside of policymaking. And so instead of using that term, we tried to describe it, and that's to support research design and in a way that includes community members as co-equal partners in developing, implementing, analyzing, and interpreting the data that are collected from studies. Very similar concept to what you said earlier, Representative Hymanson. Nothing about us without us. That's the idea behind this. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think what I'm looking for in this is there are 5 different parts. There's a lot of words here. And
Yeah,
it's
maybe we could break
to
it
spend
out.
like $300,000
Yeah.
would be, if you have $30 million, 0.1% would be of 30 million. Let's say it's 30 million. That would be 300,000. So
No, the 3 million.
did I take away a zero? Of 0.1%
Oh,
of 30 million?
Yeah, it's not percent. This is 10% of the whole. It's 30 million times 0.1 is 3 million.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're right. Oh, I see. So 10%. Oh, I see. That's not a percent. So, okay. So it's 3 million. All right. So these 5 points would spend, let's say, $3 million. And I'm trying to get a sense from all 5 of these where that money would go. So the first one, what would money be spent on to make that happen? And I'm going to ask the same question for all 5 parts, so I understand the differences between them.
Yep. So I think one thing to just keep in mind is that the funding, this part of the trust funding approach is informed by the state health plan. And right now that's the state health improvement plan. One of the amendments changes the name, proposes to change the name to a state health plan instead of just the state health improvement plan in case that process is changed for some reason. So I just want to flag that. The state, I will talk about the state health improvement plan because that is the process that's used now. And that's a collaborative effort that Maine CDC does with external partners. And as you
I
probably
was
remember,
part of that.
Right. Yep. So I stepped on my glasses and they keep falling down on my face, so I'm gonna put them up here. And so this part of the plan uses the priorities that are identified in the SHIP. And in the SHIP, in addition to identifying the priorities, they also identify opportunities to address those priorities. And so in looking at these sub recommendations, the data collection, analysis, and reporting, the focus of those would be based on the SHIP, but the data collection, analysis, and reporting, for example, would focus on populations with health disparities. And that could be across a range of demographic areas, including race, as well as virality or income. And it would provide funding in order to be able to make sure that we have that information in order to know whether or not we're making inroads on those state health priorities.
So would that money go to computer systems to help with data analysis or software?
That could be a possibility. I think in part, I mean, I would say that it would depend on what Maine CDC's needs are. And that would be ongoing. I mean, you can imagine that what they may need in the next year would be different than what they need in subsequent years. But the goal would be to support what the state needs to be able to do these items, including the collection, analysis, and reporting. So I just want to, yeah, I mean, what the state needs to be able to do this, the idea would be that this funding would support them in being able to do that. And similarly with number 2, with the planning process, ensuring that there is funding to be able to do the planning, not just at the public health district level, but to be able to include support for local and state level planning. You may remember from a different bill that we talked about with you, LD 227, the local public health systems assessment and the state public health system assessment, just as an example of other efforts that could help inform what what's used in the SHIP. I can't see you and my screen. Am I answering your question?
Yeah, I'm still not getting an understanding really of where the money would be spent. I'm looking for, what, I know the SHIP process. So the SHIP process doesn't happen all that often. It's every
5 years. Yep.
Right, and it's done locally with different groups. I was part of it in York, and we identified we went over it's a process, but it's done differently in different places. And so
it's done at each of the, it's done in collaboration with the health systems, with the hospital systems, typically at the district level, so in partnership with the district coordinating councils. And in the report that is produced now, which, I mean, perhaps with dedicated funding, I don't want to commit the ship to looking, I don't want to commit to making changes to what the SHIP report looks like, but right now there's not dedicated funding to be able to achieve the public health priorities that are identified, which is one of the gaps that this bill aims to address. In the SHIP report, so after they've collected that data, that process that you've gone through, in the report, they identify their goals, their objectives, and then different strategies to be able to achieve those goals. And what this money would do would be to ensure that the data collection needs, as an example, there's funding to be able to achieve those goals.
So I want to just give order here. This 5A1 is unsatisfactory from my point of view. It's a run-on sentence. It's got 5 or 6 different ideas in it. It's really unclear where it's going. And I think if this is going to progress, I think that the language has to go back upstairs a bit, somewhat more general, because we're trusting this group in the trust to do this, and being so specific here, I think brings up more questions than it answers. And so also I object to run-on sentences. And so my question is, any further discussion? I basically like the intent of this, but I'm unhappy otherwise. Other suggestions, people on the committee help me out. Otherwise, I think I would proceed ahead through the others and see if we have similar, whether they stand on their own or not. Other questions, suggestions? So then I'm going to put a asterisk there, Ms. Boulos, and we're going to go on to number 2, Erin.
So the second types of activities that this funding is proposed to fund would be to enhance health improvement and health equity planning at the local district and state levels, and in order to prioritize their identification and to eliminate those disparities.
And questions on that from people? Does that say anything different than the 3rd line down of A, to prioritize the quote advancement of health equity and elimination of structural inequality? Is this adding anything?
That's kind of the overarching statement about the purposes of this money, and these are the more specific ones.
I remain dissatisfied. Onward.
At the top of page 10, subparagraph 3 proposes to support public-private partnerships at the local and district levels, including through comprehensive community health coalitions, which is already a defined term in Title 22, and partnerships whose members include organizations that derive meaningful leadership from the communities they serve in order to implement evidence-based strategies to improve public health and health equity and improve flexibility, readiness, and resiliency for pandemics and other public health threats.
I'm not sure what derive meaningful leadership from the communities they serve means.
I believe that goes to the nothing about us without us concept that's been mentioned several times. I think this is another iteration of that.
Is that defined somewhere?
Meaningful leadership? No, it's not defined.
Seeing no other electric responses from the committee on that, will move forward.
So paragraph 4 proposes to support the expansion, recruitment, retention, and presence of the public health workforce at local, district, and state levels, including supporting a robust network of community health workers and government employees in the state dedicated to addressing systemic racism and structural inequality. So this subparagraph introduces a new defined term, which is community health workers. And so if you flip back to page 2 of the document we're referring to, it defines community health worker as a person who provides outreach and public health services to a social group using that person's understanding of the experiences, socioeconomic needs, language, or cultures of that group.
Thank you.
Subparagraph 5 proposes to provide training.
If I can just say, number 4 has clear meaning to me about where money would be put, just as an example. I'm just going to say that. The others, I don't really understand them.
Thank you. Onward to 5.
It provides training and technical assistance for local health officers, boards of health, community and municipal leaders, community organizations, community partnerships, and other organizations providing public health services or serving the functions of the state's public health and safety system.
Yes, sorry, Representative Perry.
I'm looking at all of this and I just wondering if this is all overdefined. If there is a much simpler way to put this together, because you can get lost in the definition and then lose the main point. And I think that we're trying to pull too much into a definition that also limits the definition instead of allowing the use to expand as groups or even society changes.
Thank you very much. Other questions, perspectives? From my personal perspective, were I to have to, initially I would not have minded being on a board like this, but having to be on a board with those particular, having to decipher that would make me say, thank you very much. I do not want to be on this board. I think it confuses as opposed to clarify. I think we basically agree with the intent. And I guess Ms. Boulos, this is something that you are taking it, have written, and we'll come back to you and when we have Representative Talbot Ross here. My opinion is that that should be simplified significantly so that we get the larger ideas and then we don't get into the specifics of it. Other comments?
Yeah, so Senator, that's the committee's call on how specific this guidance should be.
I'm giving my.
And I'll take full responsibility if you're confused by my drafting.
Accepted. Thank you. So seeing no other comments, I would then move ahead to page 10B.
Right. So after those 10%, 15%, and 20% over time, after that money is spent on the purposes that we've just been discussing, then the money in that account would revert to the language of the original bill, which is about promoting and implementing evidence-based prevention and screening strategies to address the SHIP disease and public health and implementation strategies for building and sustaining public health capacity and infrastructure, and that the funds from this account would not be used to provide medical care.
Okay. Thank you. Erin, now that we've been through then Representative Talbot Ross's part of this amendment in
Not
green.
Not quite.
Well, then finish that, because then I think when you finish that, then we'll have a break and we will then come back and then deal with Representative Stover's.
All right, sorry.
Continue, please.
Representative Talbot Ross's amendment also proposes four other changes to how the settlement funds would be dispersed. And so I'm going to start at the bottom of page 7. And this is the provision that talks about the amount of the settlement funds that may be dispersed to use for medical care. And so it proposes that for the first year of the plan, that 40%, this is a change from 50% in the original bill, 40% would be used for medical care. In the second year, that would be reduced to 20%. And in the third year, that medical care would not be an authorized purpose for the settlement funds.
Representative Hymanson, please.
So that's purely now, as what's in there is Medicaid, main care. Dell is paid for by the Racino funds. So that'll stay, right? Or
Luke would know. I'm not sure. Luke would know.
Luke?
So the Racino funds do not cover the entirety of what's in the Della account.
Okay.
The Racino funds are just under 4 million currently. They've been around 3.9. I would note that I think we can guarantee that in the next revenue forecast we do, that number is likely going down just because of what has occurred. But that number is currently at 3.9 million, and the total that goes to Dell out of Fund for Healthy Maine is just over 6 million. So it's not all covered there.
Oh, so 2 million out of Fund for Healthy Maine. So that would be at risk too in this plan, because that's a medical cost, right? Dell and Medicaid are the two medical funds. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Erin, please continue.
Okay, so now we're on page 8, and I'm going to stick with the top half of page 8 for the moment. This talks about that tier 1 account, which is now termed the designated disbursements account. This account had, as I mentioned, it identifies the specific disbursements to certain activities more specifically. So if you look in paragraph A, previously it required, beginning in the first year and ongoing, a funding amount for tobacco prevention and control programs in the state that met the minimum level recommended by the US CDC, and that those funds would go to the state CDC. The proposals before you do a couple of things. You can see that Representative Talbot Ross's amendment has a phase in, another phase in to reach the 100% level of that funding that's recommended by the federal CDC. So in subparagraph 1, you can see that it's 60%, 2 has 80% for the second year, and in the third year and subsequent years, it would be fully funded. Representative Stover's amendment layers over this in that the terms evidence-based is added before tobacco prevention and control programs, and also that the word minimum is removed from the description of the funding level that's recommended by the federal CDC.
Thank you. Senator Claxton and then Representative Perry.
Can somebody speak to the mechanism or how the calculation of the US CDC recommendation? Is that based on the number of smokers in the state? Is it based on the population of the state? Because if we are wildly successful because everybody stops smoking for Dr. Gratwick in 2040 and we have no smokers in the state, we're committed to spending money to keep that going. And I'm always reluctant to tie money to a specific amount year by year, and B, to a outside entity over which I have no influence. Just reflecting a concern.
I think Carol Kelly or Luke could be able to perhaps speak to that amount of funding.
I would go to Ms. Kelly next and then Luke after that. Carol.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, there is a chart. The CDC updates their recommendations for every state, and I do not have their list of, the methodology. So I will have to get that for you if you want me to pursue that. But right now, the CDC recommendation for Maine is 15.9 million, excuse me, 15.9 million per year.
Just for my follow-up with Carol first and then to Luke, where does Maine fit in the spectrum, or in terms of other states' percentages, et cetera? Are we one of the better ones? Are we in the mean? Are we one of the lackluster ones?
Yeah, I think right now, because keep in mind, what you see as allocated now from Fund for Healthy Maine dollars is just a portion of what's in the tobacco program. The tobacco program is also receiving 4.85 million in one biennium money from the equalization of the tobacco products. So the excise tax rates on all tobacco products were equalized in a previous bill, and the revenue from that was allocated to the tobacco program in this biennium. And so the tobacco program in Maine is currently operating at very, very close to the CDC minimum. And so the CDC level, not the minimum, sorry.
To clarify, the tobacco excise tax is going into this program as well.
Yes, there's $4.85 million in the current year of tobacco excise tax. The equalization portion of that excise tax is going into the tobacco program. There's also another close to $1 million in federal dollars that Maine gets most every year. I mean, I believe they get it every year. So the tobacco program is not $9 million as it would appear in the current spending level. It's much closer to 15, and that's what we're trying to maintain.
I see. So this is
we certainly need it.
This is one of these ironies, just as an aside, where when we have no more smokers in 2040, that 4.85 is going to disappear, and so we will not be getting that funding, and nor will we be having much funding for Fund for Healthy Maine.
Senator, to Senator Claxton's question, I will do a quick Google search while we're here and try to get you the methodology behind the CDC recommendation.
Thank you. Luke, do you have anything to add, please?
I do not. I received that file yesterday from Carol, so any recommendation she finds would be the first I've seen on that particular dollar amount.
Thank you. Representative Perry, you had a question?
Yeah, I did have a question. We call this tobacco prevention, and are we really looking at this as simply smoking, or is this a nicotine prevention program?
This is Representative Perry, this is Carol, and this is a comprehensive program as laid out by CDC guidelines. And so it really is a comprehensive program. It covers e-cigarettes, other tobacco products, like chewing tobacco, little cigars, that type of thing. So it's much broader than just combustible cigarettes.
So does that also include vaping?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Good, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Other questions on this score? Otherwise, we'll return to Aaron. I can't hear you, Aaron. Aaron, you'll have to.
Thank you. Sorry about that. The next itemized amount to come out of this account is funding for the Office of the Attorney General. So the original bill proposed 0.0035 of the settlement funds to go to the Office of the Attorney General. Representative Stover's amendment proposed to increase that amount to 0.005. So I've overlaid that, if this is correct, interpretation over the proposal for Representative Talbot Ross, which, as we discussed in the first year, had the set amount of percentage of 0.005, and that in subparagraph 2, it would need to be tweaked to reflect that it's the amount dispersed in subparagraph 1 as adjusted by inflation.
Thank you. So that basically the arithmetic is roughly the same as they're getting right now.
I believe that's the case. Luke's charts would show that when we get to that point.
Roughly 150 million. Please continue.
So the third itemized disbursement from this account is relating to the funds to administer the settlement funds. This in the first year, the amount was proposed to be dispersed for administration was proposed to be increased from 0.002 in the original bill to 0.003 in Representative Stover's bill. And then in the second year, which has the same problem, my drafting problem from the AG account, that it would be an amount that was allocated in subparagraph 1 as adjusted by inflation.
Thank you.
Sorry, I think in terms of other changes, proposed changes from Representative Talbot Ross's bill, you'll see in green changes from the term state health improvement plan to state health plan. And that definition is tweaked on page 2, subsection 11. I think the intent here was to more generally describe the plan created by the state for accreditation, but not to direct the plan to change its scope. In addition, there's a reporting requirement that's proposed to be changed, and that is on page 11.
Please, Representative Hymanson.
Could you go over that change again, the state health improvement plan? Tell me that again, why the name changed? Isn't that what everyone calls it in all 50 states, or?
I don't know about other states. I do know that generally we would refer not to like capital S state, capital H health, etc. Because if that name of that plan changed, we would be stuck in statute referring to something that was obsolete. And so you can see here that these are all lowercase, well, except for the start of the sentence, but it's lowercase p plan to refer generally to the plan that's created. And I think that and the change from changing regarding state health improvement to improving public health, and that should be health equity, excuse me, not healthy equity, is another way to capture what that plan is intending to accomplish. And if Becca or Carol has anything to add, please do.
I'm not understanding why the improvement was taken out. Why was that taken out?
I think Becca is raising her hand to answer.
Just to the point that I just want to, what Aaron said was correct. We don't want to tie in statute a reference to the SHIP, to the State Health Improvement Plan, in case for some reason in the future the state renames it or the state decides to change the process. The idea is to have it be broader, intending to use whatever plan the state is using to identify its health priorities. And right now that is the SHIP. But in case it changes for some reason, we didn't want to be tied to the SHIP. It's exactly what Aaron said. So that's why it's more broad state health plan with a focus on improving the health of Maine people. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So the following change, sorry, the last change is on page 11 under the report section. This includes a requirement of the report to include information and outcomes on the investments pursuant to this cross-reference, which refers to the funds dispersed to the administration fund.
Fine. Questions?
So I believe that summarizes Representative Talbot Ross's amendment, and we're left with Representative Stover's.
Thank you very much. And so, but this is actually, it's going fairly well. And there are a number of different I have three different issues that we would bring up again. We're going to take a break now for, we're going to go caucus. What? Excuse me. Well, I think we need to have a break at this point, and then we'll come back for Representative Stover's changes. But I was just saying there are three major changes for Representative Talbot Ross, which we'll go over when she rejoins us. And the one part that really that I personally am unhappy with is on page 9, 5A, 1 through 5, and that the specifics there, if this is a possibility, I don't know if this is the pen of Ms. Kelly or Ms. Boulos, but if the specifics there leave the co-chair of this committee unhappy. And so if you wanted to work over your lunch hour and come up with something that we could agree on, that would be, I'm sorry, I'm going to turn to your wisdom and your judgment to lead me down a better path. How's that?
I think we can do that.
Good. I count on you. Any other questions before we break? And do you want to take 3/4 of an hour? No. So we're going to break until 2:15. We're going to have a caucus and out on the porch. Good afternoon. I'm starting again on HHS work session on 1961. And we thank you for allowing us all to have a lunch break. We're going to, at this point, turn to Erin again for an overview of Representative Stover's changes to the initial bill, her amendments, and then we'll return briefly to Representative Rachel Talbot Ross, and then we'll move on with our agenda to topic C per Representative Hymanson. So, Erin, I hope you've had a good lunch. Ken.
Thank you. You too. I just received the language from the stakeholders in your response to your request to simplify some of the language, and you should have just received it to your legislative account now. Allison is going to print copies and bring them down to the legislators who are in Augusta today.
Thank you. I'd like to proceed ahead with Representative Stover's, and then we'll return to that.
That's fine. That's what I was finishing up as we're starting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're still looking at the same white document that has the blue and the green edits on it. We're looking at Representative Stover's amendments are in blue. I'm going to try to do the same thing as the last time to kind of talk about the changes by topic, so it might not precisely track line by line, but I will let you know where we are in the amendment so that everybody can follow along. So for this one, just looking at page 2, the proposal is to change the term allocation to disbursement. And I believe that's because I identified that term as a allocation being a legislative function. And it also removes the term legally binding from the definition. And so you'll see throughout this document, anytime the word allocate, allocated, or allocation is changed to disperse, disbursement, or disbursed. So the next one is more substantive. So looking on page 3. On page 3, in the subsection 3 on appointments of trustees. And so what Representative Stover's amendment generally proposes to do is to change that process. And so the original bill had the governor making appointments of a few different trustees and having members of the legislature make appointments of people who have other qualifications. What this amendment proposes to do is to have the governor make those same appointments that she was going to be authorized to make in the original bill. And in addition, instead of the legislature making the appointments, they would instead submit names to the governor for proposed trustees who have the qualifications that have been identified in statute, 3 names per qualification, and that the governor would be required to select and appoint a person from the recommendations that have come over from the legislature. So you can see that language in a couple of ways. Looking on pages 4 and 5, each time there is a legislative member authorized that had been authorized to appoint a member, you can see that the language has been changed to allowing for each of the following qualifications, submitting to the governor 30 days of a vacancy in the board, 3 names, and then the identified qualifications. And I just want to point out that the qualifications of the individuals proposed to be appointed are the same as in the original bill, except for the member that Representative Talbot Ross had proposed that we discussed before lunch. But they are otherwise, the qualifications and whatnot are otherwise unchanged.
Thank you. Question from Representative Hymanson, please.
Yeah, hi. Can you tell, that's an unusual way of doing things. Can you walk me through why that was submitting names to the governor? How was that chosen? That's
I'll do my
unusual.
best and then Carol can jump in. I think it was to address, I believe, the separation of powers issue that I flagged as a potential, it raised a potential constitutional issue to have legislators serving in an executive function of appointment in this capacity. And I think this was an attempt to address that, but.
Right, so just to bring that back again, so I'm fully understanding this. And I spoke this before, but again, a legislator cannot also be in the executive branch at the same time. And being a legislator, dispersing funds would make them would give them an executive function. And so in order for that not to happen, instead, where the bill asks that the legislature submit names to the governor, and then the governor appoints, or the governor chooses from the names given.
I think there's two pieces to what you're talking about, Representative. One of them has to do with the legislators serving on the board, and sorry, I neglected to say a couple seconds ago that in fact the membership has changed in the sense that legislators are removed from being appointed to the board, and that solves is one way to solve, I think, the issue that you just identified about legislators not being able to serve executive functions in that way. The other piece of this is something I didn't dive very deeply into my research on, but understood that the power of appointment is an executive function, and that having legislators make an appointment may raise a constitutional issue about serving an executive function in the course of the appointment, not just service as a member of the board. And so this proposal addresses both of those potential issues.
To clarify from my point of view, but you said earlier that a trustee is or is not a member of the executive branch?
Is.
Automatic, even though this trust is supposed to be independent, nonetheless, it's under the executive, because it's part of the executive branch because the governor appoints the trustees? Is that the reason it's part of the executive branch? I would have thought that it'd have been more independent.
I think that it's part of the executive branch because it's being created as a body corporate and politic, and that is an executive branch entity.
Huh. Okay. Thank you. Carol, do you have anything to add on that?
Thank you, Senator. I would only add that our intention was to retain as much engagement with the legislators and legislature as possible. And so when we lost that opportunity by having to remove legislators, we wanted to make sure that the appointment process at least retained as much input as possible, hence the list making and submission and then nomination process. So we were trying to maximize legislator from both parties engagement.
Thank you.
So just going back to, we're still talking about the methods of appointment. I'm sorry, I did miss before. You can see on page 4, parts A and B1A and 2A. Were the legislative appointments. Those have been removed. In addition, on page 5, the group that would appoint or make recommendations of names to the governor in paragraph 5, this is on page 5, paragraph 5, was changed from the Wabanaki Confederacy to the chiefs of the 4 federally recognized tribes to be consistent with MITSIC's recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, please proceed.
The amendments that you can see in blue on page 3 have to do with recalculating the number of members or trustees serving on the board. I can't tell you how many times I counted and recounted those, and they're probably still wrong. So someone else is going to look at the numbers if it's not quite right. But it's close enough for now. And it shows that the members are to be appointed by the governor, reviewed by the Joint Standing Committee of the Legislature having jurisdiction over health and human services matters, or perhaps that should have said public health matters, and approved by the Senate. That is the same process. You know, unlike other committees, we only have the confirmation of the commissioner of DHHS. Other committees have far many more confirmation hearings, but this would set those up in our committee similar to how we've been dealt with the commissioner of DHHS, and they require approval by the Senate. In addition, there was
May I ask a question there? Do you envisage under 3A2 that there'll be a slate that's going to come forward that the governor will give, or each individual is going to come before HHS?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Oh, because they have to be reviewed by the Joint Standing Committee. They can be reviewed as an entire slate. The governor has given you these 14 names, or they're going to be, or the committee going to have each of those 14 people come forward and be reviewed in detail. Is that not clear?
I'm not sure. I'm not really involved in the confirmation process. I assume it would occur in the similar way you review the commissioner. And that's scheduled through the Legislative Information Office.
Representative Perry may be able to answer my question.
Well, it's somewhat similar when you appoint to the state school board's board. You would have a nominee, the nominee comes before the committee, and the committee will approve or whatever. But what they're doing is adding the next step, which means then that appointment would be as well approved by the Senate. So it would be the committee first, be by individual, and then it would be to the Senate for Senate approval.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
The final change with respect to appointments has to do with who would be ineligible to serve as a trustee. This is largely similar to the original bill. There was just a tweak because vaping isn't a term used in statute. And so there's a cross-reference of tobacco products that includes the electronic smoking devices, which would encompass that industry. But just so that we're not introducing confusion into the smoking language. I think that's it for the appointment section. There are some other tweaks about serving on the board and removal from the board. And so if you look on page 5, you can see that it provides that the trustee would serve on the board until they're replaced, so that there wouldn't be a gap in service. And on page 6, it provides for removal of the trustee, and the original bill talked about the specific situations that may occur to have the governor remove a trustee. This delegates to the board the ability to describe the reasons and process of removal and replacement for board members who are being removed, not because their term is up, but for some other reason for cause. Staying on page 6, I think that's it for the, staying on page 6, subsection 9 on advisory groups. There were sections of the, there was another section of the bill that talked about advisory committees and advisory groups, and the decision was made to combine them. So this accomplishes that, so that it's, we're talking about one thing. All similarly on page 6, the conflict of interest provision and self-dealing provision largely dealt with similar situations. And so they were combined here, and this language pulls in the self-dealing provisions into the conflict of interest one. The next part has to do with the powers and duties of the trust. The next change is in subsection 1, paragraph A, about the trust receiving settlement funds directly from the payer of funds was removed because it makes it sound like it would be received from the payer of the tobacco settlement funds, which at the moment is not how this is structured. The money will always be transferred from the state controller. So to avoid any confusion, that was removed. On the next page, paragraph 7, page 7, paragraph E. This is just to make it consistent, the authority consistent with what's been directed later on. So the trust was already directed to make recommendations and submit their plan to the governor. And this just clarifies that they're not making their recommendations just to the legislature, but also to the governor and other public officials. So tying it together. Staying on page 7, this goes into details on how the plan for funding disbursement would be created. If you look in subsection 2, this is the section on requiring a public hearing to receive input from interested parties on the proposed plan, and it directs the board, to establish the procedure and timelines to seek that input. And also, there's another provision in this bill that directed the board to make a new plan or revise their plan if something significant, if there had been some kind of significant or substantially amended, if something had changed. And this provides that the board would determine what those circumstances would be that would trigger another public hearing to substantially amend the plan. We've gone over the changes already on the remainder of page 7, pages 8 and 9, and half of 10. So I'm on page 10 now. For the internal flexible account, which allows the trust to set aside funds to respond to emerging public health threats. It directs the trustees to consult regularly with the DHHS commissioner regarding what those needs may be. Continuing on page 11, it amends the reporting section. Directs the board to establish policies and practices for how reporting will occur and what that would look like. Similarly, also on page 11 in section 1519, subsection 1 on the administration fund, it also directs the board to define the roles and responsibilities of the professional assistants that it may receive. On page 12, you can see the places that we previously discussed where things were combined. So the self-dealing provision was combined with conflict of interest that you saw earlier, and the advisory groups were combined with the advisory committees that you saw earlier as well. In the middle there on subsection 5, coordination with other entities, it provides that in addition to having state agencies, officials, et cetera, cooperate upon request of the trust for information in order to execute their authority under this proposal, that it also requires the approval of the commissioner or the director of the state agency receiving the request. So lastly, we will look at the bottom of page 13 and top of page 14. So page 13 has to do, this is unallocated language that goes in to determine how long the initial trustee term will be. The statutory language is insufficient for the first term because then you'll have everybody terming out at the same time. And so this is a way to stagger those vacancies. And there, what's crossed off here was the cross references to the legislator positions. On the top of page 14, similarly, regarding appointments, this provides that the initial recommendations for the trustees by the chiefs of the 4 federally recognized tribes and the legislative people would be made to the governor within 60 days of the effective date of this legislation. And then finally, on section 8, this is a little clunky and there might be a better way to do it that I haven't thought of yet, but the original bill provides that the funding, a disbursement plan, be submitted to the legislature and the governor by December 31st of this year and every 2 years thereafter. Given where we are now in the year, section 8 notwithstands the December 31st date for 2020 and substitutes a March 1st, 2021 date. And the reason I did it this way is because the stakeholders still wanted every 2 years from December 31st for subsequent years. It's just this first year that's going to be on a slightly different schedule. And I believe that's the bulk of the substance of Representative Stover's amendment.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Erin, and thank you particularly for doing late night work and bringing these two together, and because it allows us to deal with this as a whole. Are there questions? I have several, but other questions first that the committee has? I'm looking as well. Seeing that my two questions are the last one you dealt with, section 8, the date, the first funding disbursement is March 1st, 2021, which is that just money that goes to the fund because the board will have barely gotten started? So it seems like that's a very precipitous date, and the board will really not be in a position to make any very insightful decisions by then.
This was a date that was came up with from the stakeholders when we discussed the possible effective date of this legislation, and perhaps they can speak more to that timing. But I believe the idea is that the money here will transfer, any settlement fund money will transfer, and that the decisions about allocations in year 1 will happen starting next year, the first year of the next biennium.
So that leaves me unhappy because I think the board will not be in a position to have thoughtfully dealt with the issues yet. And Ms. Kelly, Carol, do you have a thought about that?
Thanks, Senator. We did talk about this. I was really grateful that Erin raised the obvious, which is that the calendar doesn't work anymore with this new changed legislative calendar. And so we wanted to find that happy medium where the trustees could get in place and get themselves organized, but not hold up the process of either doing of building the next biennial budget. So I think where we landed on this, the reason we landed on this is that we felt that because there are such limited resources in the first year of this transition, the trustees are not going to have, it's not like, they're going to have $60 million to try to figure out what to do with. And there is very specific language that says make a make an easy transition from Fund for Healthy Maine programming, we hoped that there was that the task before them would not be too arduous because they would be really building off of past allocations and trying to find that gentle transition. And so the first year potentially would not involve the deep analysis and the engagement of so many stakeholders that would normally be required. That's just a guess. It's not intended to be required, or but it seemed like a likely way that the process could unfold, given that the crunch in the calendar.
Thank you for that good, almost good explanation. Representative Perry, and then whether Senator Sanborn has anything to add on any points that have been raised on the whole document, please.
My question is the disbursement, and I guess it says the first funding disbursement plan is due. It doesn't say when disbursement is going to occur, if I am correct. And I think that what's going to need to happen is a transition, and it will have to be a transition between how the state is dispersing the funds and how they move that over as smoothly as possible to bring that forward. So there'll have to be some work between the departments and the board. So a disbursement plan does not necessarily mean disbursement. Am I correct?
Well, because the disbursement plan becomes final upon approval of the board, it doesn't require any other approval by the governor or a legislative committee. The plan upon approval is the plan for the disbursement of the funds, and with the funds being required to be transferred, I think we're essentially talking about the same thing. The timing of the specific transfer of funds would of course depend on ongoing contracts or anything else that might be ongoing, but the plan is finalized upon approval of the board.
Further, okay. I'm having trouble with March 1st because if we don't do anything in the legislature until August or September, then there's got to be time to appoint all the board members, which means that won't go in the law itself won't go into effect until December or January of 20 or 21. You have exactly then 2 months to appoint the board, have the board to develop a disbursement plan and begin the disbursement. And I think that's unrealistic when you're working with a committee and when you're working with the kind of funds and programs that we're talking about. If this would be different if we had done this halfway through session and we had a whole year, because I think that there is a need for the committee to have time to really look at the programs, look at the money, look at how that could be dispersed in transition, because we don't want to shut things down and then move forward. So I think the date is much too soon for the committee to be able to do the work it needs to do to come up with a disbursement plan that makes sense. And I would almost say that if the committee is going to come up with a disbursement plan, they need at least 6 months out to come up with something that is well thought out, negotiated, and worked with. And that's going to be halfway through the next biennium, or not the first 6 months of that biennium, and that's where the budget gets put together and all of that stuff. But I don't see that March 1st is realistic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to go to Senator Sanborn if she has a comment. But first, I would simply say that I think the March 1st is a possibility. I like the idea of it being every 2 years. And my particular thing would be to put it off until 22. In other words, so that it has time to really be effective. I just don't want to rush things through and have it be sloppy. I'd rather do that. But having said that, Senator Sanborn, did you have a comment?
And this was a really hard date to choose, and for all the reasons that you guys have discussed. I think that we were trying to look at it as the budget would be in process. The legislature hopefully would have a budget from the governor by then to be looking at, and things could be considered. But I guess I'm thinking that in the very first year, as Carol indicated, there's not going to be a lot more money in the fund, and things are just very likely to stay the same or very close to the same without any huge changes until the committee's had another year to do a lot of data collection and research and discussion and what have you. So it's just, I hate to see it get postponed a whole nother year because of this date. I just think that it's likely that there will not be any drastic changes, both because of the amount of money that will be coming into the fund, as well as the fact that there's not a lot of time to work on it. You could set the date back to June, so that you've got until the end of that first or of the fiscal year, rather than postponing it a whole nother year. Just a thought.
Thanks. Carol Kelly, did I see you raise your hand?
Thank you, Senator. I did raise my hand, but I think Senator Sanborn has covered it. I think that was exactly what we were thinking, is finding that balance point, and because we are most likely to be matching closely, and I say we, the trustees would be probably mostly following what was put in place or previously in place in the Fund for Healthy Maine. It probably wouldn't change that much. I think an important point potentially is that the funding doesn't actually transfer until July 1st, because the first disbursement plan is for fiscal year 22. So the idea was to stage it so that the governor's office and the legislature would have the information, but that the money doesn't really go out the door or really back to the Maine CDC until July 1st, to Senator Sanborn's point. Thank you.
I'm going to follow up on that just so you can clarify it for me, because the whole point of this group is to have a dispassionate expert group in some other space, as it were, thinking about the larger issues and then coming up with a budget, with a plan and a budget proposal early in the biennium. And the biennium is going to be 21, 23, 25, et cetera. And have this come in halfway through, and the budget already has been decided. It seems like we're setting up a precedent at where the recommendations of this committee really will not have a great deal of applicability. I mean, there'll be a nice idea, but they'll have just sort of rubber stamped what's happened in the past. So I'm going to need to be persuaded that the date shouldn't be put off significantly.
Senator, I appreciate you saying that. And I think that the two choices, because you're right, that the timing is imperfect now. So the first choice is we go with year one of being a bit of, as you called it, a rubber stamp, but it's a bit more of a, an extension of what we have than a likely, real time to dig in and immerse in the details of what's possible in the state health plan that's out there. So there's the option to get a new framework in place that sets us up for success in the long haul, and accept the fact that there's a first year that is glitchier than we had hoped and imperfect. I think the cost of delay, moving this to later, it just feels like it's going to get it caught up into a very difficult, it's just going to make it more complicated, I guess is what I'm going to try to say. So I think we were just trying to think, let's get this in place acknowledge that the first year might not look a lot different than years past. Give the trustees a chance to get their feet under them, but at least we've got it rolling as opposed to just putting it off, as Senator Sanborn said.
So you would not object to it going to 6/1/21?
Senator, I personally would not. I only would be concerned that the Appropriations Committee and the Governor Mills and her administration would, be impacted by that. But we all have to just work together and do the best we can to try to make it work. Sharing information as we go.
Representative Perry.
Okay. I'm struggling with this, quite honestly, because when I look at the responsibilities of this committee and the working out of the issues, not only of disbursement to the trust, but how they're going to disperse it to the different agencies, how they're going to review and evaluate the programs they're on for the decisions that they're going to make. I'm not convinced 6 months is time enough. I think there needs to be some real planning, some overview, and looking at the programs really significantly. When you're talking about bringing up a disbursement budget that comes in at the end of the budget process, there is no planning because the state doesn't know what it's working with either. And that transition, I think, needs to be as well thought out by the committee with the processes in place, with the policies set up that will work. And I don't think 6 months is enough.
Thank you. I'd like to move on. I'd like Representative Perry to just be thinking about how you would change that date and come up with a specific, and we'll return to that because I think this is an important point. Are there other questions that people have for Aaron about the larger issues of the Stover amendment? And then I'd like to, I have two, and then I'd like to, after that, after my two, then I would go to just a brief review of Representative Talbot Ross's amendments. The first being on page 5, the number 6, meeting/quorum. It seems, particularly given our current experience, that we should have some language that allows meetings to occur via Zoom, to have a quorum via Zoom, particularly for a group like this where you're going to want to be having folks who have regular jobs, and it's going to be hard for them to take off to get to a central location. And so, Aaron, my question for you, is there appropriate language to allow us to have distant meetings?
Yes, there is. And you can see some of that language in Representative Hymenson's amendment. Section 1 amends, it authorizes the Trust for a Healthy Maine Board to have remote meetings to the extent provided.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry, it's the lavender paper.
Yes, but which page?
First page, section 1, at the very top. That little paragraph adds this trust to the list of state agencies that are allowed to meet remotely, as long as it's consistent with the remote participation language in the statute governing that agency. And so if you flip to Representative Hymenson's amendment on page 5, subsection 5, it adds a provision about remote participation. There's a number of ways that could be accomplished. There could be certain requirements on remote participation, including establishing a quorum, etc. But this one is one of the more broad ways to do it. It directs the board to establish procedures by which members who are not physically present may participate.
Thank you very much. A discussion of that point by committee members, because I would like to add that in. And if you don't wish so, please thumbs down or further discussion. But not seeing any. Yes, I would have you add that in. Thank you. And my other point on Representative Stover is I'm sorry, in the year 2040, not only will no Maine people be smoking, but they'll also not be drinking sugary drinks. And I would put sugary drinks in the same category as cigarettes, alcohol, et cetera, And in Representative Hymenson's amendment, you used the term, which I wasn't really aware of, but it has a reference, quote, sweetening ingredient, unquote. It's number 6 on page 2 of the lavender. And so this is talking about, going back to the joint one, this is page 3, trustees, 3.3, trustees appointment. The board consists of 15 trustees, but you can't have someone who's in tobacco, alcohol, vaping, et cetera, industries. And I would like to have some wording in there that sugary drinks or quote sweetening. I'm gonna have to leave the wording of that up to Erin. I don't know how to get to that particular point or indeed whether that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think I drafted it a little awkwardly, but we can work on that. The point is there.
If you'd be so kind. Okay, Representative Perry?
That might rule out any grocer.
May,
That might rule out any grocer. I mean, they sell soft drinks. They might rule out any restaurateur. It might rule out, you know, I think you've got to be very careful at how broad you put that. And seeing as these are tobacco funds, I think it would be hard to justify sugar.
So I'm going to leave that. I hear you, but and it may not be possible, but I still think that that's a major cause of a public health or obesity epidemic. And so I'm going to turn to the wisdom of Erin, Carol, Rebecca, and Ann Perry to figure out the proper wording there.
So I just want to clarify the language that is in Representative Hymenson's amendment disqualifies certain people from serving as trustees. It does not direct certain disbursements from the settlement funds to address specific diseases caused by the consumption of sugary drinks. So I'm looking for clarity on what you intend, and ultimately, whatever idea that ends up in this is up to you, and then we'll figure out the language from there.
It does do that by the back door. Quite honestly, if it rules out a trustee being able to serve because they do disperse sugary drinks, then it also says that that is the reason for the trust, because you're doing that even by the back door, saying that.
Perhaps that's true, but it's not being directed as one of the considerations for the specific disbursements made by the trust.
And I would also, this life gets complicated because grocery stores sell alcohol. And so,
You want to talk about the production of,
that was
as compared to,
that's why I was going to leave it to other ones. Other people, this may or may not be possible, but there may be other wording that we can turn to. That'll aid us in this. And that's where Becca and Carol will be a benefit for Erin.
I do think, I'm sorry, Senator, I'm going to push back a little bit, but this is a substantive policy decision that people voting for this amendment, if at all, would need to decide before we start crafting language. We need to know what the goal is that we're addressing, and I'm not clear on that at this point. I also, sorry to interrupt the flow of the meeting, but I received word that the person that you had requested from the Office of Attorney General, Elizabeth Reardon, who handles the master settlement and the tobacco settlement funds, has another commitment at 4. So if there were any questions that you needed to ask her, she's only available for the next hour. So I don't know if that changes anything about your plan, but I wanted to mention it.
Thank you. Then, given my position as chair, I'm going to ask Carol and Becca to see if there's, I'll be guided by you if in the next relatively short time you can come up with any language that might be helpful on this particular score. And so I'm going to set this aside for right now, and we'll come back to it. So then the next, before we move on to item C, the next things would be to talk about, to return to Representative Talbot Ross's amendment. And she and I talked beforehand, before this meeting got started, again, about some of the questions we had raised. And Representative Talbot Ross, I think I'll just state out loud that the 2 questions that I had brought up with you, and then I'll tell you what we had thought, and then I would be very interested in your overview as well. The one I'm returning to page 3 of 13, systemic racism, and it's just that I did not and still do not really fully understand the last clause, quote, including through colorblind discourse or derogatory and inaccurate stereotypes, unquote. And I not fully understanding that, I would be happier if that phrase, if there was left out, the rest was preserved as is, but I'd invite your comment.
Well, thank you very much, Senator, for the question, the opportunity to join in the discussion about this. I'm not wedded to it. The most powerful piece of this description is around making sure we understand race as a social construct. And because of that, there have been a number of ways in which the construct of white is used to influence or control. That construct of whiteness is what we're going after in its power over other non-white socially constructed races. So including through colorblind discourse or derogatory and inaccurate stereotypes really was trying to get at all of the ways in which whiteness is perpetuated and institutionalized. Colorblind discourse, race neutral policies, all of the ways in which a negativity around certain non-white races is brought into the public discourse and into our policies and practices and laws. So as long as the definition maintains the idea that race is socially constructed in order to perpetuate white and whiteness as a power dynamic in the way in which we live socially, economically, politically, I'm okay with making sure that that part of the definition is removed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your flexibility there, because I understand exactly what I certainly understand what you're talking about, but it took me a while, and I think it'd be simpler without it. And I don't think it would lose a great deal. There's other discussion about leaving out that last phrase with those last 9 words. Thank you. And then the other aspect, Representative, that we had talked about was page 9, 5A, 1 through 5, and quote, tier 2 language proposed by stakeholders in response to my request. And I had tasked Becca and Carol to do that. And I think I would just ask either Becca or Carol to run us through the language you gave us here, which I think I would have you read aloud and go through specifically so the people who don't have this print can see that as well.
Carol, do you want to do that or you want me to?
I was hoping you would. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to make sure I have the same one. I'm trying to remember what I sent to Aaron. So what we tried to do here was to take what we had to shorten it so that it was less lengthy, but to keep the spirit of what we believe is important in terms of addressing systemic racism, structural inequity, and advancing health equity. And so what we proposed was this new language. Funds allocated in accordance with this paragraph must be dispersed to achieve all or some of the following. Number one, to improve data collection, analysis, and reporting, particularly for populations experiencing health disparities. Two, enhance health planning that addresses and confronts systemic racism and structural inequity. Three, support public-private partnerships, including comprehensive community health coalitions as defined in Section 411, and organizations that prioritize health equity and derive meaningful leadership from the communities they serve. 4, support the expansion, recruitment, retention, and presence of the public health workforce at local, district, and state levels. And 5, provide training and assistance to local and state officials and entities providing public health services. So we felt that this, just to summarize, this shortened definite or plan or allocation of the funds reflected what we had intended with the first draft of it, but is more brief.
Ms. Boulos, thank you very much. Representative Perry?
Okay, thank you. Well done, as I sort of looked at this myself, except, sorry about this, I want to shorten one sentence a little bit more. And that is number 3. First of all, meaningful is a judgment call. So I don't think that belongs there at all. So the best way to do that is just an organization that prioritizes health equity, period.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Otherwise, I'll go to Representative Talbot Ross. Representative Perry, you're all set? Okay. Representative Talbot Ross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank you for bringing that up, Representative Perry. I would be open to just taking the word meaningful out, because the point here is to make sure that all white organizations that may have some priorities around health equity are informed and have some leadership from the communities that they serve, that lived experience by those communities are part of the decision-making of organizations. They're part of that meaningful structure. So if you want to take that word out, it's fine, but we must do something to ensure that the communities that are most impacted and are being served also have a voice within the organization.
Representative Perry, and then others.
Okay, that, which would be fine except for one thing, and then means we have to leave out another word. Because as we look at this, it's including comprehensive health coalition as defined and. So when I saw that and, it just meant organizing the organizations that pride. And there, I thought related back to those organizations, not to the communities. So if we're going to do this to mean what we think we're meaning, is to leave the end in front of organizations out. In other words, 411 comma, organizations, which is another, and then the end after that gives it its own meaning. Is that making sense?
I'm sure do that once again from you're leaving.
Okay, I'm going to read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Which will help. It support public-private partnerships, comma, including comprehensive health coalitions as defined in section 411, comma, organizations that prioritize health equity and leadership from the communities they serve. And they, that's the other question. They still refers back to organizations that prioritize health equity. So you're looking for community leadership. If you're looking for that, we may have to define that a little differently.
So this is a clause with three different ideas: supporting,
And one thought,
organization.
and leaders from the communities they serve. They would go back to leaders. Leadership is not a
Right.
noun. It's only a noun to referring back to the organization. I'm not sure. That's just confusing enough for me. It still makes me think you're going back to the organizations.
So Senator Claxton as our grammarian.
That's a lot of, I would cross out derive meaningful and replace it with include. And organizations that prioritize health equity and include leadership from the communities they serve. As a friendly amendment.
Can I make a request? Can I screen share the markup to make sure I'm actually capturing what you're talking about? So we're all looking at the same thing. Is that all right?
Yes, that's fine. Please do. Can you enlarge it a little bit? Let me see if I can do that.
Is that better?
Yes. Representative Perry or Senator Claxton, any further comments?
What I had intended, and if this language is fine with people the way it is, I'm okay with it too, was to just cross out derive meaningful and not leadership and not add leaders and put include in front of leadership. So it read prioritize health equity and include leadership from the communities they serve. Does that make sense? So I'd leave those crossed out. I'd uncross out that one. And I'd move include in front of leadership.
So read it again, please, sir.
And organizations that prioritize health equity and include leadership from the communities they serve.
Thank you. Comments, questions? It seems reasonable to me. Erin? Clear?
Are we coalescing around Senator Claxton's proposal?
We're just discussing that. I'm going to go to Ms. Boulos and then Representative Perry. Becca?
Thank you. I just want to flag, just so folks know what the definition is of a comprehensive community health coalition. It means a multi-sector coalition that serves a defined local geographic area and is composed of designated organizational representatives and interested community members who share a commitment to improving their community's health and quality of life, and that includes public health in its core mission. And what I want to just flag is the defined local geographic area. And so I would just offer that perhaps the and in front of organizations is important for those that don't serve a defined geographic area, or excuse me, a defined local geographic area, in case we want to be able to include other organizations that serve maybe a broader scope. Just wanted to flag that.
Senator, Representative Perry, and then Senator Claxton will bring this to a conclusion.
Yeah, I'm still having problems with leadership from communities because we're talking about public-private partnerships. So when you're talking about leadership, I'm really trying to figure out what you mean by that. And does leadership means leader of another organization of another kind? Does it mean, does it mean an organization? Does it mean an individual? I'm really having a hard time with that piece of it because the leaders will come from the organizations that you work with usually. And if it's recommended, I guess I'm just having a hard time with what you're really trying to say and what that means.
Senator Claxton, please bring this to a conclusion so we can move ahead.
That's right. What I understand it to mean is that, and if you cross out between the two commas, and it reads, support public-private partnerships and organizations that prioritize health equity and include leadership from the communities they serve. So you're looking for leadership from the community, not necessarily an entity.
Thank you. That's the penultimate, and then for the ultimate, we go to Representative.
Thank you, Senator. It might be easier, and I'm sorry to keep wordsmithing this, but it might be easier. Senator Claxton has it correct, but instead of the word leadership, we could just say members, because that then gets to allows Representative Perry to see that we're not talking about organized additional entities. We're talking about those entities that will support, that prioritize health equity, and they include members of the communities that they serve. So it could just be a word, members. And we use community members in other sections of the amendment. So that might be a way to get around it. Does that work? That might be a way to get around it.
Well, actually, I think it is, and it refers back to the organizations again. And when you say members, then that also well defines that. So that works.
Thank you. This is actually one of the more, the briefer and the more interesting wordsmithings that I've been through, but I think that's appropriate. Erin, does that keep you happy?
So we're keeping what I'm highlighting here that Representative Talbot Ross proposed, and are we crossing this off?
Yes, yes. And so people see what Erin has done on the board up there. Are there other questions from the committee?
So this is the whole thing. This is what we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
Whoop, we have one more question.
I'm sorry, I'm not wordsmithing, but I want to be clear that including comprehensive community health coalitions, is that to come out from what you had intended? That wasn't what I thought either. I was figuratively removing that parenthesis. Oh. It's more clear.
Got it. It was a yada, yada, yada edit, not a.
I wasn't literally,
Okay.
I was parsing it. So it includes the and too. Thank you.
Good. Any other demurals from the group or from speak now or forever hold your peace, Carol and Becca? Thank you. So Erin, you're all set there. So those are the only other elements that were new. Carol and Becca, did you come up with anything about any change of the onset of this from March to other date?
Senator, I would love to ask Senator Sanborn if she would weigh in on this. Senator Sanborn, if you don't mind.
Senator Sanborn.
Yes, sorry. So I think that, I'm just looking for the language here. We've had kind of a brief email or text proposal here that we could be very specific, or the bill could be very specific about a funding formula for year one that would basically lock it in the new framework, but add that the trustees attempt to retain the Fund for Healthy Maine baseline for all other, not the medical care, but for all the other in year one. So basically saying that the trust will use the funding as it is for the first year of the plan, except for the medical care part, and not need to change the date. It allows the trustees to be chosen for the group to get together for the work to begin. And yet, you can have some assurance that the money for what is already getting funded from the plan would still go on. I don't know if I was very clear about that.
Thank you. I mean, that seems like a creative suggestion. First of all, questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Craven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This isn't a question, actually,
Statement.
but I was here when we started Drugs for the Elderly, and I'm really very concerned and unhappy that we would be losing that particular service out of the fund. So I don't know what any of the members, I didn't think about that until today when we started talking about medical services. And I know that it's like $2 million out of the fund as it is now, but would like to hear some feedback about that.
I'm sorry, I missed the import of your remarks there. You're concerned, we're talking about the date at which this starts. Is that what you're discussing? No.
I know Senator Sanborn has just been talking about the
that.
medical
You're
services
back to that.
part. And
I see, okay.
yes.
Can I say something about that?
Yes.
I think if you go with what I just suggested, that the funding continues, and Carol can check me if this is wrong, but that you would still get those monies from the Dell. You already are retaining the Racino monies to pay for part of Dell. And since some of the monies have, for the other part of Dell, have already been coming out of the fund, if you kind of retain the priorities that you've had before for this first year, I think we're saying you would still have that for the first year, and then they would get pushed into the general fund along with Medicaid the next year. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Carol, could you comment?
Thanks, Senator. I'd be happy to comment. I think the way we've used medical care and defined it, it did include Dell, but it doesn't mean it has to in that year one. I mean, I think it's really just, so we know there's 3.97, I believe it is, Racino funding available. So there's not tremendous, I mean, every dollar counts, but there's not a tremendous shortfall. And if, I'm not sure if that's what you're getting at, Representative Craven, but if this was about making a bridge in year one, then I think we can keep playing around with the best way to do that.
Yeah, I would like that. I have a lot of elderly folks in my district. Number one,
Yeah.
I'm elderly myself. I just think that meds cost, and we work with constituents all spring about this issue. And I'm just very worried that $2 million goes a long way for the DEL program.
Absolutely.
And I just would hate to lose that.
Thank you. I'd like to move ahead, and if the three of you would be so kind as to come up with some specific language, and we'll return to that. I'd like to next move on to, unless there are any other comments, I would like to move on to Part C of our discussion, which is the amendment, the advisory trust. Representative Hymanson, please.
Yeah, so this amendment came out because it serves to keep most of what we've been talking about, but takes away the fact that that the legislature is no longer involved. So this is legislative money that comes in as a settlement, and it comes to the legislature. And the other bills say take that money and put it somewhere else. This says take the money and keep it in the legislature. And so it creates a trust that it's called a trust because we don't have anything like this now. We have commissions, but this is really vetting people. And at the end, I'm just going to give you the setup and then walk through it. At the end, they would give us a report in Health and Human Services, and they would give the same report to AFA and the same report to the governor. So if we move through it, starts off the saying really that settlement funds, and the definitions, as time went on, I incorporated Representative Talbot Ross's ideas into this amendment, so that you'll see that there's definitions of structural inequity and systemic racism. And one of the trustees, so there's an establishment of purposes to promote health purposes for the settlement funds, to fund evidence-based tobacco use prevention and control, to ensure adequate resources for other disease prevention efforts, to promote the visibility and understanding of public health among children and adults, to implement evidence-based prevention and screening strategies to address the priorities of the state health improvement plan, ensure continued receipt of settlement funds for the Attorney General, to ensure continuity in the event of fluctuations in the amount of settlement funds received by the state. That's the structural deficit. And address other immediate unmet needs identified by the board. The wording was intentionally kept simple, but I think the intent is clear in each one of those. The trust would consist of 16 employees. And as I've been listening to this, it's true. They use that phrase too, a person who stands to benefit from the industries. I included beverages with a sweetening ingredient. But you're right that, if you own a store and you sell alcohol, then you're going to serve to. So I'm just going to state the intent there is that the intent is that no trustee could stand to gain from the apportionment of funds that are delivered by their decisions. So the intent is that there's no self-serving, that compromises the integrity of their decision because it's self-serving and serves to improve their, their standing because they're a trustee. So I don't know what the wording would be, but that's the policy intent. And I don't think that sentence speaks to that.
Can I jump in for a second, Representative?
Yeah.
That sounds like the conflict of interest provision that is in the original bill and as amended by the other two amendments that are being proposed today. I think what this sentence did in the context of that other conflict of interest provision is, I don't think people from the tobacco industry are going to receive prevention funds. It's really that these are industries that, in a sense, the funds are intending to have prevention around them. That was a little inarticulate, but
well, if we can go on and come back to that, because that's a problem in all of these, I think, what the intent is. All right, so then, and then the trustees are appointed by a standard process. The governor has some input to appoint people. The president of the Senate will appoint a joint standing committee member of HHS, and then the other two. So there are legislators, and then also a person who has expertise in systemic racism and structural inequity, who is currently serving on the permanent commission of the status of racial, indigenous, and Maine tribal populations. So that person is added. And then the speaker will appoint someone from the House from Appropriations Committee. So they're legislators. And then the others mirror the other bills. Expertise in trauma, resilience, and social determinants of health. You can read through them, each of the people. And the chiefs of the 4 federally recognized tribes. The trustees would serve for a 2-year term, no more than 3 consecutive terms. Elect a chair from the trustees, 2-year term in that office, eligible for re-election. And the chair is the liaison to the legislature and the governor. So that person becomes the liaison. There's quorums, there's technology, remote technology. They can establish advisory committees. And those people may be people who are not trustees on the advisory committees. The duties, they review the historic, current, and projected amount of the settlement funds, evaluate the public health needs of the state, make recommendations to the legislature and the governor, develop and present a proposed funding allocation, contract for administrative assistance. I think that's very important. A group like this really can't exist without having somebody send out the memos, get the reports together, prioritize the advancement of health equity, and address structural inequity. So those are the duties, and they will prioritize the advancement of health equity. There's a funding allocation plan every 2 years with a strategic 6-year plan. That is very important. And then the requirements, evidence-based requirements, support HHS, the SHIP. And then there's a public hearing that's required. They'll use the SHIP and zero-based budgeting principles, which means you start at 0 and you build up from there. That's a typical way to do this. There's a public hearing with all the people listed, and then a report. To us, to HHS, to AFA, and to the governor. There's staggered terms. There's an appropriation of up to $10,000 for administrative support. And the date is, the allocation would be December 31st, 2022. So it wouldn't, their report wouldn't come to us until December 2022 because of the issues that we talked about. It's impossible to seat people like this. These people would be vetted by HHS and then by the Senate. And then they would start their work. So I offer this as a way to keep the legislature included and also give us a council that's highly chosen, highly vetted, with a task to do that reports to us. And I offer this.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Representative Perry, please.
Okay, thank you. The only question I have, and it is a question because this is the issues that we're dealing with, is there the ability, and I don't know if Luke is still here or not, to literally pull that money out into a state trust that would be used. Here is my concern, because I've seen it happen, that between times in a budget or something gets shortfall, monies get pulled out of this. Right now, this money goes into the general fund. It's not set aside. It's only sort of quote unquote set aside. And there's nothing that precludes the governor taking the ability between times when there's no legislature in to take that money and move it into another area. That's why the trust is being used, because this has happened in the past. The question I have, if we're going to call this a Trust for Healthy Maine Act, is there a way to create a trust within the state that designates that money for use another other than for public health?
If I can start the answer to that. So
Just a
the
second, is Luke still? Yes,
Yeah.
Luke is there.
So
yes.
the not withholding language would,
Notwithstanding, yes.
would apply to the trust, the bill trust that we're talking about too. Yeah, Luke can answer that.
So I think the answer is that this legislature cannot bind future legislatures, which means you cannot set aside money and refuse to allow future legislatures to do something with that money. I see Erin shaking her head because I just don't believe that's possible.
Yeah, that's correct, because this isn't changing the Constitution, which is the only limitation on the legislature's authority. So it's not possible.
The other question I have, and I'm trying to sort this out, when we went through the Derigo legislation, and this is God, almost 20 years ago, there was money that was set aside, and it was set aside for the Derigo plan. I think it was 14 million that came to the state out of Medicaid. And that was set aside for the use. The board was set up to disperse that money as it was designated. How was that done? And if that was not unconstitutional, how did we manage to do that?
I don't know about the exact setup because I wasn't here at the time it was set up, but I do know that in the past, money that was in Derigo has been pulled by the legislature to be used in the general fund. So the money was set aside into a separate Derigo account, and it was used for that purpose. But future legislatures could have pulled money back if they wanted to. And in fact, I know money was pulled out of that account in fairly recent years because there actually is still some money sitting there. I'm not sure after the most recent budget if there is or how much, but the money wasn't set aside and left there with the legislature having no ability to touch it. It just wasn't touched by future legislatures.
Thank you. As we progress here, I'd like members of the committee just to be comparing and contrasting the two, the 1961 and this recent amendment, just to say A versus B's, to make lists. And then as we caucus, which I'd like to do in about 5 minutes, we can compare our lists of that. So begin to think about the similarities and differences of these two. Other questions at this time for Representative Hymanson? I have then a more general question. We talked earlier, I think, with Luke about the audits, and you'll have to forgive me. Are there provisions in 1961 that are appropriate for audits? The Representative Hymanson's is simpler in a sense. It's just under the state rubric. But does 1961, Erin, have appropriate audits?
1961, either as originally drafted or as proposed to be amended by any of the amendments today, have no provisions regarding audit.
So that would, I would turn to the committee, but that would seem to be an essential ingredient that we may have passed over. Senator Claxton?
If there's money involved in government, doesn't that automatically assume access to an audit process or include an audit process?
Well,
I think there are two, oh, sorry, Luke.
Let's go
I'll
to,
just say quickly that the answer would be yes, but again, this money is audited by the state for the state's receipt of that money. But once it's transferred to the trust, it's out of the state's purview. So then it's in a different area.
Erin, do you have other comments on that, or Carol, or?
No, Luke's right. I was just going to say, I think there are two different auditing processes that have been discussed today. And one of them is the state audit that Luke just referred to. And the other is, as Efficiency Maine statute is written, and I think the McGarrah, the guaranteed reinsurance, all require independent third-party audits, which is distinct from what Luke was talking about.
And Carol, was there a reason that was left out?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
We're
Yeah, I don't think so.
trying to maximize transparency, and anything that helps do that sounds like a great idea.
So that would be something we'd add in there. Other questions as we compare B and C? Seeing none, I would then like to break for a caucus, which we can have in this room. We want to go up on the porch? Yeah. We will be back sometime. Thank you. We are back in session in HHS 722. It's now 4:10, and we've had a caucus, and we're ready for a vote. But before that, I'm going to turn to Representative Perry for a motion. And-
Yes, I would actually love to move the amended version of the Stover Talbot Ross amendment, but I would like to add an amendment on timing. It could be that the complete vetting of the committee and the beginning of meetings for the trustees will begin January 2021. And that during the next year, which would be 21-22, that they will have the opportunity to plan and work with the state on transitioning the money, and that they will do a complete budget for the disbursement of the funds with that next biennium, which would be by January 2023.
Aaron, so this has been moved. And would someone like to second? Yes, Representative Meyer seconded. And then there's an amendment. Aaron, is that clear, the amendment?
Yes, I'm clear on Representative Perry's amendment.
Thank you very much. And is the amendment seconded? Yes, second again, Representative Meyer. Further discussion about the motion as amended? Seeing none, do we have Allison around?
Anna is going to be your clerk at the moment because Allison had to leave. I'm not sure where she was. I thought she was with
It
Representative.
was on the third floor a minute ago.
Thought she was with Representative Jabner.
Can you let me in the Zoom meeting? I got kicked off and
I can't
there's two of us got kicked off.
admit.
Okay, thank you.
So we're a brief hiatus where we get everybody online here, and we're waiting for a clerk to take the roll. Aaron or somebody, can you just give a whistle to an
Well,
electronic?
I'm not sure how to do that if she's in transit somewhere. She doesn't have a phone. So just sit tight and we'll try to track her down.
Yeah, why don't just go out and see where she is. That'd be great. Yeah.
So Patty, should I take this home with me for reference between now and whenever?
I put it.
I'm going to, so I can really look at it.
Yeah.
You know, we should set ourselves up for what's going to come at us full force, you know?
Yep.
So I would love to hear how you do that.
Yes, you have not seen the end of this.
You never will.
I certainly hope not.
Has everybody handed in their sheet? Has everybody handed in their sheets?
Next will come the opiate settlement.
What?
The opiate settlement,
Yes,
when we get that.
when we get down, that'll help. If we ever see that stuff.
Yeah, right.
Thank you
We're
very
going
much.
to the conference tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, is it tomorrow?
Yeah.
This is Gordon's.
Yeah.
I signed up for it. What, it starts early in the morning, doesn't it?
One more for you.
There's a series of, yeah, it's almost all day. 8 o'clock. 8 to 2:30. 8 to 2.
I delivered a message. I don't know if I did it right. I just told my post delivery is on the way.
So we found Anna. She's on her way. Please just hold on another minute.
Oh. We'd like to welcome Anna. Anna, we have a motion amended, seconded, and we are. I couldn't hear. Sorry.
And Perry made the motion.
Okay. All in favor of the motion as amended? If you keep your hands up, please.
Anna, if you could read out the names as you write them down, that'd be great.
Thank you. All right. So all to pass as amended.
Representative Javner, I think asked you to wait. She must need to come down.
Oh. Yeah. Thank you. Right.
Excuse me, I apologize.
Yeah,
I
Representative
couldn't hear
Javner, if you
anything.
could come down, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay. See you in a minute.
So we're going to have a wait again. We recommence. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Representative Javner, for coming down here. My mistake not to call you earlier. So Anna will read the roll as so far. And we voted all those in favor of the amendment of 1961 as amended. Put your hands up. Okay.
Okay, so Representative Meyer, Representative Stover, Representative Perry, Representative Craven, and Representative Talbot Ross.
Thank you. All opposed?
I don't know what your minority reports, if you're all the same.
Just do the votes for now, and then we'll tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, so opposed, Representative Hymanson, Senator Gratwick, Senator Claxton, and Representative Javner.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the minority report.
Not to pass.
Same for everyone? Can you just all nod?
That's all we have.
Okay, thank you.
And is there a minority report? Okay, and nothing further. Thank you all very much. Any other comments before we break? I'd like to just thank people for adhering to a very thoughtful discussion of very difficult policy, and we will be back again and again. Yes, Senator Claxton.
I just wanted to make sure Representative Ross wasn't there on the balcony when we were having our caucus, but I'd be interested in finding some way to include the language that you've added to this and make it part of our whole state process and our state statutes. Find some way to incorporate that language. We really need to do that, and I just want to be public about that.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Hymanson?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all the support staff for getting us together for this meeting. And, things move smoothly only because they've worked tirelessly to get us here and this extraordinary time. And I appreciate everyone else's effort to get here for a meeting and then go back home. It's a big effort as public servants. We should be really proud of ourselves for doing due diligence to a very important idea around public health. So thank you to everyone who is here and everyone who's listening who had something to do with getting us here. And then to Representative Talbot Ross, I really appreciate the thought and effort that went into this language. And we talked about this on the balcony, finding a way to work this language into what we do is extraordinarily important. And I love that word. I'm going to use that, that we're confronting things now. And, we're not looking to solve it. It's a confrontation. And then, moving forward. So, thank you for your voice and your work in this direction. And your leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. And thanks to the staff. I'll add my appreciation, sincere appreciation.
Any other comments? And I would simply say, this being my last meeting of my last term, it's been a great pleasure. And I have to say that this has been an extraordinary committee to be on. I'm sorry that this did not go forward, because I think it's an extraordinarily important issue, as are others we've dealt with. And I look forward to hearing how this committee does. I'm sure it'll do very well indeed, because it is most assuredly the best and most interesting, most important committee in the legislature. And with that, thank you very much.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh, Jeff. You see, in other times, I'd give you a hug, and we'd have like a cake or something,
Oh, yes, it's
and
true.
we would sing something and celebrate. Wow. So I hope you take that spirit with you and do something celebratory tonight.